Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this evening's board meeting. Normal housekeeping, as a district, we are requiring masks throughout our entire footprint, which includes the boardroom, and that is the proper wearing of masks. So again, welcome. We have quite an agenda this evening, so looking forward to spending a few hours with you. All right, let's call this meeting to order at, looks like 6:15 p.m. All right, moving along. Opening exercises, 2.1, 2.2, moment of silence, Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Underhill, do you mind leading us in the pledge this evening? Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Okay, moving on to Section 3, Address Agenda. Governing Board, do you have any recommended changes and consider approval of the consent agenda? Any items that you want to pull from consent or any agenda line items that you would like to reposition? Ms. Hill?
Not at this time.
Dr. Sorensen? Ms. Underhill?
No, thank you.
Ms. Pingrelli?
Yes, from the consent agenda, I would like to pull 6.13, 6.16, and 6.17. And then I would like to rearrange uh, 9.1. And President Sandoval, do you think the best place to put that would be after 8.1?
Yeah, I mean, not fully understanding the rationale around moving it. I think it's something we want to get through earlier in the meeting. You know, we can actually move it up to the first position in 8, and then get on with our action items after that.
As long as it's after, I think, 8.1, just so.
It'll be before. So if we move it up to the first position in action items, and then 8.1 through 8.4, we'll just get through in its current order. Does that make sense? Or do you want it to be in the second position?
President Sandoval, if I could jump in, we've got quite a list of guests in the back for 8.1. So if we could do those administrative positions first, that would allow those families to potentially go and have dinner to celebrate.
Okay, so 8.1 and then 9.1,
Okay.
Ms. Pingrelli, and then we'll just follow the agenda accordingly after that. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
that's fine.
Perfect.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll second those motions to pull those items.
Okay.
President Sandoval, may I have a repeat of the items to be pulled just so that I have the motion correct?
Yes, ma'am. So we have a motion by Ms. Pingrelli to pull 6.13, 6.16, and 6.17, and that was seconded by myself.
And President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you needed to do anything with 6.18, 6.19?
Yes, I was going to let Kim kind of rearrange those, and I was going to add those to her. Thank you. Kim, let me know when you are done with those 3 items, because I do have a couple items that I would like to pull.
Oh, please go ahead, President Sandoval.
Okay. I'd like to pull 6.18 and 6.19. And I just need a second to,
I'll second.
thank you. So, Ms. Contra, just to summarize, we are pulling 6.13, 6.16, 6.17, 6.18, and 6.19.
Thank you, President Sandoval. If I could just have a moment to move those items around.
Absolutely. And then Ms. Underhill, if you can help me just remember that when we get to the action items, that 9.1 is going to follow 8.1. Thank you.
I've opened the voting at this time.
Thank you. Board members, I do need a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 6.13, 6.16, 6.17, 6.18, and 6.19.
I move to approve the consent agenda minus 6.13, 6.16, 6.17, 6.18, 6.19, and reposition 9.1 after 8.1.
I
I'll
will second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hill. So, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Pingarelli and a second by Ms. Hill. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Ms. Contra. Okay, moving along to recognitions. 4.1, Ms. Airy.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, and guests that have joined us this evening. As you can see, I am just so pleased to have another wonderful guest joining our cabinet here with us this evening. I hope you will all give a warm Peoria welcome to Sandra Thomas from Raymond S. Kellis High School. She's their student body president. And many of you who have been joining us our past few meetings will recall we have been having the student body presidents from each of our high schools joining us for a meeting so they can participate in the public process, and certainly they are bringing back a lot of feedback to Dr. Reynolds and our leadership team on their experience, sharing some great feedback from their schools. But I will say Sandra is just another one of those stellar government and student body leaders from her campus. She has been in student council for 3 years. She's also involved in dance outside of school. She's passionate about her involvement in her church. And after high school, she will be attending Arizona State University to study kinesiology and hopes to become a doctor of physical therapy. So we are just so glad to have you here with us, Sandra. Thank you for joining our cabinet team tonight. Another recognition I bring forward to you this evening, we are so pleased to have another incredible student here with us in the boardroom. I want to share with you about an achievement in particular that you may be familiar with. It is the esteemed Flynn Scholarship. And you may know it because it is one of the most prestigious merit scholarships in the nation. The Flynn Foundation's goal is to develop enriched educational experiences and expand scholarship recipients' life and career options while creating a challenging educational environment that students can experience at some of the most selective colleges. Well, as I shared, we are just so pleased to have a student with us tonight who is a recipient of that Flynn Scholarship. And I am pleased to introduce to you Sylvia Lopez. She's a senior at Liberty High School, also attends the Met Professional Academy. Sylvia, could you stand so we could give you a round of applause? And I know she has some guests that are here and supporting her this evening. Her parents have joined her tonight as well. We should give them a round of applause, don't you think? Engineering teacher from the Met Professional Academy, Mr. Davis. And our director from the Met Professional Academy, Mrs. Coakley. Now, when you hear a little bit more about Sylvia, it will come as no surprise to you that she is the recipient of such an honor. She is one of 20 high-achieving students in Arizona to receive this scholarship. In addition to all that she does at Liberty High School, I mentioned she is so involved in the Met Professional Academy, and she will get to move on and go on a 3-week intensive overseas seminar. She'll get to travel internationally. She'll have the opportunity to have mentorships, and I'm actually going to invite her to join me up here because I think while I have a little bit about her, I will invite her just to take 30 seconds quickly to share with you a little bit about the project work that she's involved with at the Met Professional Academy, in particular her EPICS project. So she'll share that with you.
Thank you all for having me. My EPICS project this year, and EPICS, for anybody unfamiliar, stands for Engineering Projects in Community Service. We work with our community to engineer solutions to problems that affect us right here, right now. And this year, I've had the honor of working with Miss Nicole Janess. She is a 7th grade teacher at Wigwam Elementary School. And because of the pandemic, she has been struggling to provide her students with the education she knows they deserve and she knows that she can provide, because she has to take time out of her day to sanitize all of her supplies. So we have created a cart that will sanitize all of her supplies, keep everything dry using UV lights, and essentially give her back a huge chunk of time so that she can spend it more with her students. Thank you very much.
As you can see, Sylvia is just an all-star. She got to come here to the district office, spend a little bit of time with our leadership team. We are incredibly proud of her and of this achievement. And board members, if you have any questions or comments, I know she stands for questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Airy. Ms. Hill?
Well, congratulations. That's quite an honor. We're very proud of you at the Peoria Unified School District for all that you've achieved, and good luck to you in the future.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, congratulations. When's a big deal? And you're a big deal, and you're going to be a big deal. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Underhill?
Yeah, I agree with both of their comments. It's just amazing that you reached that level. And as a teacher, I thank you for, choosing to do a project that would help out with our education in our district. So good luck to you, and can't wait to hear what you do in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pigrelli?
Well, I just want to say congratulations, and I'll piggyback on Dr. Sorensen. That is a huge deal. So appreciate you being here, and thank you for your parents. And I know all of their support that they've given you, but you've done it, and congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. Yeah, Ms. Lopez, I mean, it's just congratulations on just every day working on being the best version of yourself, and just continue showing up as that version, and and enriching the lives of others. So great job, and continue the great work.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, board members, moving along to 4.2, board comments. Ms. Hill?
I guess I just wanted to share that I was given the great opportunity to speak with Scott Halaba, who is the principal at Centennial High School, and I got to know him very well, and also take a tour of the high school itself. And it was a great experience to get to know him individually, and how Centennial operates, and get to see one of the sites. So it was definitely very beneficial for me to see on the ground exactly how the schools are going and what great things are happening at Centennial High School.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Ms. Underhill?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Ms. Pingarelli?
I'm good tonight.
All right, very good. Yeah, I think really for me, I just want to say, once again, it's always inspiring to see so many faces, at our board meetings. So really appreciate that. I've had the opportunity to meet with many of our employee groups over the last week and a half, couple weeks, and just continue to be amazed at their continued just level of excellence, from our teachers, our staff, our transportation, nurses, just counselors, psychologists, et cetera. I mean, they say it takes a village, and it absolutely does, without question. I do want to give a shout out to one of our food services teams, from Liberty High School. They, and Ms. Myers, you may have to correct me on some of the terminology here and how this works, but, our food services teams, they actually generate revenue, right, for the district based on the number of, meals that are sold and even meals that are provided, to our students at our Title I schools, et cetera. Liberty High School has, always been really I'm going to say a beacon of hope for our communities. The amount of, to put it in perspective, on a, year-over-year basis, so 12-month time frame, Liberty High School typically gets reimbursed about $500,000 over that time frame. Since we've gone through, this pandemic and what all of our teams have done, but how Liberty has really, since March of 2020 through the end of February 2021, Liberty High School has been reimbursed just over $1 million. And it's just amazing, what they have done for our community, serving not only breakfast, lunch, and dinners, but they have just been amazing there at that site. So I just, again, it takes a village, and all of our teams are absolutely excellent and magnificent, but I wanted to make sure I gave them a shout out. So there we go. All right, 4.3, superintendent comments. Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board, Cabinet, and all of our guests here this evening. We've had a busy few weeks since the last time we met, so we've got a couple of things to celebrate. Last week, Peoria Unified 5th through 8th grade students participated in the 34th Annual Patriotic Speech Contest, delivering persuasive speeches on one of several patriotic topics. While COVID did not allow for a live audience, the speech contest was streamed live on YouTube, and a link to that speech contest, as well as the top 5 winners in each category and photos of the winners, are available on the district website. So we congratulate all of our students who participated in that contest, but the winners as well. Our teachers recently submitted artwork created by students in their classrooms to be included in a special City of Peoria Mayor's Arts Exhibition. The city has made arrangements for a special presentation at 6 p.m. on April 20th at a regular city council meeting where Rob Panzer, our Director of Arts Education, will be displaying our students' artwork virtually. The City Council meeting is available for viewing on Cox Cable Channel 11 or online at does anybody say www anymore? At peoriaaz.gov/channel 11. We are so appreciative of the support from the city, helping us to recognize the work of our students, and we are thankful for these unique opportunities to highlight their achievements. Keeping on the theme of art, we have another exciting announcement to share about Ira A. Murphy Elementary School's art teacher, Dr. Lori Eldridge. She was selected to participate in the Fulbright Hayes Seminar for Educators in Iceland this summer, hopefully. She will spend 4 weeks there and plans to teach lessons about what she learns there to her students next year. Congratulations again to Dr. Eldridge. And lastly, as far as our celebrations, this is a neat one. It is not quite as impressive as the Flynn Scholarship, but it is a very close second. On baseball's opening day, Centennial High School baseball pitcher Christian Mogan threw a perfect high school baseball game. That means that no batters made it to first base. That is a very rare, very special, and wonderful accomplishment. So we just wanted to give Christian a shout out and say thanks for leading his team and doing something pretty special. So, and just lastly, if I could just take a moment, we've had a couple of questions that have come up, and I know there's some individuals here this evening that may have some of those same questions in regards to something that's called critical race theory. I just want to clarify and make sure that our community understands that we don't teach critical race theory. It's not part of our curriculum. It's not part of the state standards. And we are having no discussions to bring any changes to that to the governing board. So there were some questions that came up over the last day, and I just wanted to make sure we clarified that for our community. With that, that concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Okay, moving on to Section 5, Public Comment 5.1, Request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. Public rules of conduct. These are also on the green slip that everyone filled out. Board president shall keep control of the meeting and require the speakers and the audience to refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, applause, protests, or other conduct which disrupts or interferes with the orderly conduct of the business of the meeting. Personal attacks on board members, staff, or members of the public are not allowed. It is inappropriate to utilize a public hearing, the public comment segment, or any other agenda items for the purpose of making political speeches. Engaging in such conduct and failing to cease such conduct upon request of the presiding officer will be grounds for any speaker's time at the podium or for the removal of any disruptive person from the meeting room at the direction of the board president. You know, once again, I do love that everyone is so engaged, and your voices are absolutely welcomed and very important to each and every one of us to make sure that we are making informed decisions. That said, as usual, we'll have a 30-minute segment on public comment, 3 minutes per individual, and Dr. Reynolds and team will respond to your comments where appropriate. That said, we will start public comment with, looks like Ginger McLam.
Good evening, President Sandoval, board members, Superintendent Reynolds, district representatives, and fellow attendees. My name is Ginger McLam, and I'm a proud parent of Peoria High School and president of the PHS Theater Booster Club. Tonight, I am joined by some amazing Panthers from theater and also our amazing principal, Mr. Paul Bauer. And in fact, Mr. Bauer is where the story begins. His support and encouragement has been essential to us being here tonight to finish the last page of this story of ours. The story goes a bit like this. Just over a year ago, in January of 2020, I stood in this exact spot, sharing our concerns regarding the condition and safety of our Performing Arts Center. That some call our PAC on our campus. We had met with Mr. Robert Panzer, Director of Fine Arts, and Mr. Sean Duguid, Chief Operations and Safety Risk Management, who heard our concerns, shared many discussions, and understood that we were passionate and committed to seeing what began as a proposal for our campus actually becoming a reality. We came that night with a big ask and a desire to be part of the answer. We left that night encouraged that together our concerns would be addressed. It was not long after that that the world was turned upside down, and events full of unprecedented moments began unfolding in the lives of every single person in this room. We were all thrown into uncharted waters, waters that demanded changing directions daily, while being flexible was essential to getting through just that day. Thank you for striving to protect the welfare of the community you serve first, the students. During this past year, I have always been grateful to be a parent of PUSD, but in this last year, I have even been more so. Back to our story, we left that night encouraged And when everything changed, it would have been completely understandable if our story had been put on a shelf to be picked up later. But that was not the case in the midst of the chaos. A plan was made and put into motion to replace the seats in our PAC. Seems like a little thing, but it was a big thing to us. And at the end of 2019-2020 school year, we were invited to help select the chairs and had an installation date. When Mr. Bauer called me to share the news and extend the invitation, I could not have been more excited. In that moment, it was about more than seats. It was something to celebrate in our isolation, something positive to look forward to in the midst of such uncertainty, and something to add to our legacy, which you are all part of now. Choir, band, dance have all performed in that newly renovated PAC, and next week the theater will perform Freaky Friday the musical. Tonight, we come with a big thank you. Thank you for hearing our concern. Thank you for creating a plan, taking action. Thank you for finding the resources, and thank you for taking a proposal brought by parents and making it a reality for our entire campus. Peoria High School is unique, and it's very special. On our campus, we have many traditions, take great pride in our campus, and strive to protect the legacy that countless students, families, and faculty have built. These are the things that are the rich history of PHS. So last January, we left you with a big ask. Tonight,
Ms.
we leave you with a big thank you.
It's time. I apologize.
That's okay. This is for you.
Thank you.
President Sandoval, if you could just take a minute, I believe Mr. Bauer, the
Yes,
principal at
he is
Peoria
here.
High School, is hiding in the back.
Right there.
So we just wanted to give him an opportunity to wave. And
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, students. Mr. Bauer, thank you. Thank you, sir. Next public comment comes from Mr. or Mrs. Sousa, Sean Sousa.
Board, thank you. Dr. Reynolds, thank you. We spoke to you before we had a Zoom call, and Dr. Bell as well. So as I said, my name is Sean Souza. Our kids went to Sunset Heights, and we had battles. It was with the curriculum, right? And I came in here, I had notes written down, and I was looking at it, and I go, I'm going to be talking about individuals, which has happened here before, right? And it really hasn't gotten anywhere. So my thought was, it's got to be bigger. I can't sit here. I mean, my kids have been blessed to have amazing teachers, some not so good, but it's pretty much like any place you work at. You're going to have good and you're going to have bad. But we met with the principal numerous times. We met with the teachers. They continued teaching the same curriculum, even when we said we wanted our daughter removed from the class, and it was still taught to her. So with that said, I was looking at this, I go, am I going to come up here and talk about the same thing time after time? And you know what? Sorry, I'm nervous.
That's okay.
Truth be told, it's much bigger than that. Up until January this year, none of this was taught. Other states, yes. And they would say, you're lucky in Arizona. Your kids are not being inundated with the critical race theory. They're getting hammered with the sex ed. And we were proud of Arizona. Now it's happening here. Why? Why after January? What was the key to that, right? Only thing, we had an election, and then we came back to school after the break, and this stuff's being basically pushed on our kids. They're being inundated. Something's happening. There's something that's causing that. Why is there this cohesive effort throughout the school district, throughout our state? What is causing that? There's got to be something pushing it. And somebody should really take a look into that. There's motivators out there. What could be motivating this to be taught? And of course, I could sit here and make accusations, but I'm not going to. Only thing I'm going to say is we're going to continue looking at it. Our kids have been pulled out of Sunset Heights. They start at another school next year. And there's a lot of kids leaving Peoria Unified School District. What is causing it? We're going to look into it, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Our next public comment comes from Mr. Brent Cobb.
Dr. Reynolds, President Sandoval, distinguished members of the board, thank you for your service to the community. We all appreciate you and the hard work you do. We are here to talk about not critical race theory, but the things that unite the United States of America and not the things that divide it. I have some brief comments I would like to communicate. Thank you for your time. America and the American identity is not a racial identity. It is a hard-fought, patriotic identity comprised of many tribulations and challenges, but also a lot of collective victories and hope. To turn the academic focus on dividing, marginalizing, and sowing hostility among students is to pull apart the woven fabric of that national identity. I have nieces and nephews that are biracial, and they're very confused about some of these topics. There's about a 1/3 split of Democrats to independents to Republicans in Arizona, and especially here in Peoria. 2/3 of those voters do not agree with those agenda items or them being taught to our kids. And those 2/3 of voters who don't agree with this are also the ones that decide who sits in these seats each election cycle. More importantly, we are parents and guardians, we're teachers and civic community leaders and taxpayers. And we have the ability to vote on school bonds and overrides, and we also have the ability to choose where our children go to school, whether it's private school, public school, homeschooling, or schooling in a different district. There's a great concern with the United States, and in my line of work, we worry about things like protracted social engineering from our enemies abroad. And what they're good at is identifying rich versus poor, different races, different social classes, different education levels, and pulling apart at those threads that sew the fabric of the United States. And we will not tolerate that. We are a unified America. We are unified in our opposition to this divisive critical race theory or other non-academic, unpatriotic, and quite frankly destructive ideologies being taught to our children. We will not stand for this, and we compel the board to suspend and terminate any further discussion or implementation of these ideologies. We would like to work with the board to assure that they're facilitating the building on strength going forward, strength that teach our children to love their country and love each other as a collective fabric and a collective society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Next public comment comes from Ms. Christina Rogers.
Hello, everybody, and thank you here tonight for listening. I just wanted to let you know, I just brought a little poster today. And I wanted to point out, this is my sister, my brother-in-law, my nieces, my family. They're biracial, and I'm here to fight for them tonight. Because what happens to the family if we start with this critical race theory? What happens to their family? Does it divide the family? Do the girls hate their white side for the things their ancestors did hundreds of years ago? Do they think their black side is oppressed and unable to succeed in life because of their white family? How does this look to them? This is why this class should not be allowed. I'm sure many of you heard this before, but I really feel like it's relevant today more than ever. If you put 100 red ants and 100 black ants in a jar, nothing will happen. However, if you violently shake that jar and dump them back out on the ground, they will fight until they eventually kill each other. The thing is, the red ants think the black ants are the enemy and vice versa, when in reality, it's the person who shook the jar. That is what is happening in our society today, and we need to stand against it. If you do not believe this is occurring with the narrative that is being pushed today, then ask yourself one question. Why do we all know the names of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Michael Brown, and we do not know the names of Logan Stack, a teenager who was shot and killed by 2 black teenagers and then proceeded to steal their car? Norman Bledsoe, a 75-year-old man who was beat to death by a young black male. 23-year-old Tamar Bishop beat a white woman, bloody, raped her, punched her, kicked her, broke her nose, and broke her teeth and left her unconscious. Paul and Lydia Moreno, they were in their 80s visiting their son at a grave, and a black man walked up to them in the cemetery and shot them to death. And then there was another lady Jessica Doty, who was in and saying that all lives matter, and a black person shot her and left her 3-year-old there behind. Every one of these deaths were unprovoked, deliberative viciousness, rather racial motive or not. We are a society are saying black deaths matter and white people are either privileged or racist, and white deaths do not matter. This is not America. I want my nieces and my kids to grow up, and I want them to know that America is not racist, God is good, and unfortunately there are just some bad humans out there of all colors, but not the majority of us. The majority of us are good humans. So let's get back to teaching our children's English, reading, arithmetic, because right now Arizona is ranked 49 out of 50 states, so there's no room for us for a racist agenda. And to address Alexa Hart, who brought up the fact that she felt not represented, there are clubs upon clubs for students to join to fill that void. Just like religion is not allowed in the class because it's beliefs or opinion, I feel the same way with this critical race theory. Our children have enough to deal with in life, in general, without adding pressure that they are looked at as privileged or oppressed. Let the kids just be kids. Morgan Freeman once asked, how do you get rid of racism? And he said, you stop talking about it.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. The next public comment comes from, looks like, I believe Adan, is it Lopez? Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I'm a 65-year-old individual. For the last 47 years, I've been spending a lot of time in prison. I go there because I like the fact that a lot of our kids have gone there, and I wanted to find out why. How could I help them? And I've been trying for the last couple of years, and I'm still a federal officer right now, and I can go to any state, and I want to continue to work in the prison system because these are our kids that are in there. I get to go in there and face them and find out what's going on. And some of the issues that we're dealing with are in this room. We can't seem to get along. We can't. We're supposed to say, your unit up here, you got the unified school district. We're having issues. The United States is supposed to be a united nation. We're not. I grew up, my father's African and Jewish. My mother is Native American and Latino. We all grew up in our own individual districts. We couldn't get along. We were building walls. When I go to prison, my job is to try to break it down and try to find out what the problem is. Why are some of these kids going to prison? Because we can't learn to get along here. We got adults that can't get in this room. You have good issues. I like the issues. But the object of it is, if we can't come back together and come up with a decision, some way to be able to get along, we're gonna get more prisons being built. Y'all need to start to figure out, if we can't get along as parents, what do you think our kids are gonna do? And I get to go deal with them. I have 5 kids. I got 4 that I grew on my own, and I adopted one. But when I go to prison the last 47 years, I got a lot of kids in there that call me dad. I'm tired of being father to that many kids, and I want to get some more because I want to continue to go into the prison system. Some of y'all got to go out and start looking what you're doing in here. Some of the decisions you're making are affecting the kids that I got to go deal with. Some of you guys need to wake up, smell the coffee. We need to work together. Quit making walls, build a bridge. Muhammad Ali, how many of you guys know that? Cassius Clay. They asked him one day what the solution was, and I'm going to leave you with this. He said, build less walls, more bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and once again, thank you for your service. Next public comment comes from Laura, let's say, Tepasan.
President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, and guests, you are a leader in Arizona. If I were a teacher, I would immerse my students in an extensive curriculum to help them enrich or regain essential skills in reading, writing, math, and language development, make their learning adventure epic, and increase their focus on efficiency and fluency. School closures and virtual learning had a negative effect on student learning and their achievement. I would stand strong for my beliefs, but only teach approved curriculum. I would have strong work ethic and being a good organizer. Not organizer of walkouts, but organized in my classroom, for it plays an essential role and it is paramount quality among many of a good teacher. If I were superintendent, I would set the direction, tone, and chart the course of the district and focus on student achievement, being mindful of all competing demands, but guided by a single question: what is best for my students? Concentrate on having the students master the current curriculum first. Celebrate success across Peoria, but also send strong messages that district laws and regulations must be followed by all, regardless of political agendas and affiliation. PUSD's mission is every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. We are still dealing with yesterday's topics of children falling behind and trying to catch up. Daring leadership is ultimately about serving other people, not ourselves. That's why we choose courage. Have the courage to stand strong and choose your schools not to become indoctrination factories. If I were the board, being an elected official, I would govern by establishing board policies, setting out strategic objectives, being responsible for the organization's performance, setting the mission of the organization, and assuming all actions are related to and adhere to that mission. Integrity is listed as a value in this district. Integrity is choosing courage over comfort, and daring leaders who live into their values are never silent about hard things. You are a leader, you open the schools, you are the only district, almost. Please stand up for your beliefs. There's a trend where public schools throughout the nation are pushing critical race theory on unsuspecting students. Please choose English and math. That's the priority right now. There are second graders out there, white or brown or black or beige like me, who cannot read right now and need English and comprehension first in order to be ready for such CRT topics. Do not allow identity politics propaganda in your schools. Transgender and sexual content topics must be discussed at home with parents or in a doctor's office, not with teachers and district personnel, not in the classrooms. My name is Laura Teposan, and I'm just a parent. And it is almost 7 o'clock. Rather than enjoying my time with my child at home, I wanted to be here to make a statement and be prepared to watch closely what my child will be taught, to petition further or even withdraw my kid from one of the best schools.
Ms. Tepasan, I apologize.
It will
It's
cross
time.
the line between education and here. There are many teachers, and I will always say that. You have wonderful teachers, wonderful administrators.
Final public comment comes from Miss Heather Rooks.
Hello, board members and superintendent, everyone here tonight. I wanted to say how disappointed I was to hear that 2 parents asked to opt out of a graphic, detailed novel called The Jungle about the Industrial Revolution for their 7th grade child, only to have the teacher go against the parents' rights to opt out of an assignment under state statute ARS 15-113 and have the student complete the assignment. That mom is my friend. I am proud of her and her husband for pulling their kids out of this district because their parental rights were violated. Again, when will the district recognize the parents' rights? I have also stumbled upon roles and responsibilities of a chief student services officer. This is on the agenda, but I had to speak to this because I forgot to put underneath the agenda this, and I don't understand what this is. It's an employee with social emotional learning, health services, academic counseling, Section 504, but you have on here diversity and inclusion. What is that? We keep seeing that everywhere. We see it everywhere. We see it across other districts. We see it in other states. I don't know what that is, but I know a lot of parents don't appreciate seeing that if it's going to be implemented to their kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rooks.
Can I speak?
Do you have a?
I didn't know about the sheet.
I apologize, sir. Those have to be filled out prior to the board meeting beginning.
Just how many minutes?
Tell you what, if you want to fill out a green slip real quick. This will be the only one that we'll allow, though.
You can take my minute and 25 minutes left. Yeah, that's it.
There's no green card.
Tell you what, at the end of the meeting, we do have an opportunity to readdress a line item within the agenda. I will find a green slip for you, or I'll make sure one gets to you, and then I'll bring you back at that. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Can someone please make sure that we have a green slip for this gentleman for later on in this meeting? We'll get one for you, sir. Got it. Thanks, Sean. Okay, moving on to, sorry, I'm going to refresh my screen here real quick. Hopefully it doesn't log me out. All right, moving on to section 7. These are the items that have been removed from consent agenda. I know we have some public comments on these, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So the first three, 7.1, 2, and 3, seem to be very similar in nature, being that they are part of our cooperative contracts. Dr. Reynolds, do you want to speak to those at all?
Yes, thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests. So these 3 items refer to cooperative contracts that school districts are permitted to use in Arizona. And we are, in Arizona, as many states, we are required to follow purchasing statutes established by our state leadership. So one of the tools that our school districts and our school district has to use is a cooperative contract, and that is a contract that brings together some consortiums and vendors to provide a more efficient and effective way to purchase services that we use. Peoria, along with almost every other school district in the state, uses this tool for purchasing efficiency. When the governing board chooses to allow us to use a cooperative contract, it means that we can purchase services from one of the vendors within that contract. It does not mean that we'll purchase services from all the vendors in that contract or even all the products that one vendor may offer. So earlier, as I was having some conversations, I was trying to think of an analogy to use to explain this, and it's kind of like if as a family I want to or we want to go out and buy something for our house, like paper towels. There are lots of places where we can go buy those paper towels from our in our community, whether it's Costco or Target or Walmart or a grocery store, or whatever it is. So I get to choose which store we go to, and I choose stores that match my needs, my community needs, my belief systems. It also doesn't mean that if we buy paper towels from, does anyone like Costco? At Costco, I don't have to buy anything. I don't have to buy napkins from Costco. I can go somewhere else. I get to choose based on my values, based on my needs, where stores I shop at and what products I purchase from there. That's a lot like what we do in our contracts, these cooperative contracts. So you might see a list, and we use them in areas like facility. I mean, we use them really in all areas, and to buy paper towels. But we use them in facilities, operations. We use them when we're talking about instructional resources. So it is, when we're talking about these and talking about instructional resources, we don't have to and we won't purchase materials, instructional materials from any of the vendors, any of the consortiums that are listed in these cooperative contracts if it doesn't match what our district's values are, what our mission is, and what our vision is. We get to choose, right, that. And so we would never bring any resources to you that didn't reflect that. We have used cooperative contracts for many, many years. We've approved cooperative contracts this year. We have approved cooperative contracts in previous boards. But having said that, there appears to be some questions, and if the board would like to explore the use of cooperative contracts and how we might purchase instructional resources in the future, I would recommend that we table these 3 items, and that would allow us to bring them back at a future meeting and with a formal presentation on cooperative contracts and instructional resources.
Thank you for that, Dr. Reynolds. I do know that we have, a small stack of public comment tied to what is now 7.3, what was 6.17. So before we get into public comments, I'd like to have some board questions, comments, and then we'll call up those individuals. Is that fair? Okay. Ms. Hill, any questions, comments on these items, 7.1, 2, and 3?
I guess with regard to basically the supplemental materials that I personally feel are controversial, divisive, and in all intents and purposes just not appropriate in the schools at all, ever. I mean, I understand that we're given, a long list, a laundry list of, resources that we can pull from, and then we can choose, to purchase certain ones. It's still just a little bit scary to me that it's even an option. And it would make me feel a lot better if we could actually narrow it down to, these are exactly the ones that we feel are appropriate, and we deem, something that we can put into the classroom that is not critical race theory motivated or, a lot of different confrontational types of divisive, inappropriate things for the schools. And so I guess what my hope is after we do table this and we do discuss, exactly how this works, like I said, I know in the past that we have had supplementals that teachers have used that have been questionable. And so that kind of comes up to me as to, well, they are accessing some things that I feel like shouldn't even be optional for them. They shouldn't even be able to access. So I feel like there's leaks, even if we're able to stabilize what's acceptable and what's not. I personally would like to see exactly what that looks like so that I feel comfortable with exactly what's going to these schools, because we don't want to foster hate. We don't want to have the critical race theory in our classrooms. These types of things should not be, this is not what schools were designed to do. I believe this should be in the family. The schools were designed basically to provide, reading, writing, and arithmetic is what I truly believe. So like I say, I would like to have more information on exactly how these supplementals work and make sure, I would like to personally see that it's just what I deem appropriate or the board deems appropriate to move forward into the classrooms.
And
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Ms. Underhill?
I don't really have a comment. I don't feel like the item to me is not voting on what type of curriculum that we have, but rather how we purchase items. So I'm fine with tabling it until we can figure that out.
Ms. Pingarelli? Thank you, Ms. Underhill.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, the reason I had pulled the three items, the consortium contracts, is that I've had a lot of comments in the last 2 weeks by parents concerned about the curriculum that's being used in the district and the curriculum that is to be purchased through these, specifically what was 6.17 before we moved it. I just want to make sure that we don't have curriculum that promotes violence or division or is anti-American. And then, Dr. Reynolds, is that your phone?
It is.
It is, okay. And that I think that the curriculum items should not be in the consent agenda. They should be in a regular agenda that we could discuss. Because, you can see here today that a lot of parents are really concerned about the curriculum that we're adopting. And then I think that Dr. Bell needs to be presenting it, and I know here in the consent agenda, it's our CFO, Michelle Myers. And then I have a concern about the consortiums. And we should be looking at, and the parents want to look at, exactly what we're doing. So if we're looking at, on the one, there was 12 pages, a couple hundred different items. I think it needs to be brought down to the items that we're actually going to be using, and that there is enough time for the board and for the parents to go through, and so everybody is comfortable with what we're adopting. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. Yeah, no, there's clearly a lot of questions around these items, and even from board members. And, for me, it's always about, making informed decisions, right? We can never tell anybody how they feel. And, and certainly something that I've been absolutely proud of, with regard to the district is, its willingness to having an open door policy. And, and I know we have a parent forum, I believe, that's being formalized, taking place next week. And obviously which is yet another outlet, to engage with parents and go over any concerns, questions that you may have. And in addition to our public comment, system, that we have at our board meetings. So, yeah, I'm certainly absolutely support, tabling these three items to learn more and, and then we'll go from there. So, that said, I do need a motion from a board member to table 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3.
I motion to table items 7.1, 2, and 3, and bring back to the board in a regular agenda and not in the consent agenda. And I would request only the items that will be used by the district and giving the board and community enough time to look at them. It's kind of a broad, so.
I will second.
Yeah, sounds good. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Pingarelli to table 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 and bring them back in a public setting. And there's a second by Ms. Hill.
President Sandoval, because these are 3 separately listed items, I'm going to ask that we walk through the vote on the other 2 just the same as this one so that I have it recorded correctly.
Perfect. So board members, if you can please cast your votes to table 7.1. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, board members. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Pingarelli to table 7.2 and bring it back to a public session at a subsequent board meeting. And a second by Ms. Hill. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0. Good. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Pingarelli to table 7.3 and bring it back publicly to a subsequent board meeting, and a second by Ms. Hill. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, board members. All right, we do have public comment on these line items, so we will go through that now. Okay. First public comment on 7.3, which was 6.17, comes from Ms. Heather Rooks.
Hello, board members and superintendent. Thank you, parents, for all being here tonight. At what age is it appropriate for school-age children to access porn from a school resource? Does that question make you uncomfortable? It should. Here's why I ask. I had logged into the Peoria Public Library with a barcode and password. I accessed their database list with ABC Mouse Kids and Senegage Gale Academic One file. It's on the list website that you guys are supplemental resources. Many of these websites were listed that match the exact ones listed on the Save Contract supplemental resource vendor list. When I clicked on Gale Academic One file, it took me to their vendor website. From there, it took me and I started beginning searching. I found a title called Abuse Porn, Reading Reactions to Boys Halfway House. It's an article with text describing a gay porn website called Boys Halfway House with 13 pages. At the bottom was a list of sources and 5 blue links to click on. I clicked the first link and an ad popped up and said I was leaving Gale website, and it took me to a gay pornographic webpage. Why is the curriculum department not researching every single vendor on this contract? Why would the Peoria district want to purchase any contract that has a vendor that has direct access to porn websites? Why would you want to associate with this contract? Teachers will have access to all the supplemental resources if the board approves the SAVE contract, MOHAV contract, and SAVE book fair contract. You need to customize and tailor contracts with just the vendors that the districts want for state standards in the classroom. It took me 4 days to find all of these controversial content and share with the parents on that supplemental resource list. I know you say that it'll go through and you're just going to pick which ones. How do we know that's true? Who do we believe on that? If it's going to go through as a contract, everything is available on that contract. Why are we not researching this? I am protecting my children, and I am protecting the district's children who can't protect themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Rooks. Ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate the support of one another, but if we can keep the applause to a minimum, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for that. I have been informed that I intended to take public comment before voting on tabling 71, 72, 73. I actually went to a vote before listening to public comment. So I apologize for that, but we will continue to listen to public comment on this line item and then move forward. Fine? Good? All right. All right, next public comment on this line item comes from Ms. Colleen Martin. Ms. Martin, just to clarify, you have listed both 616 and 617.
I think at this point it'd be probably appropriate that my comments don't go with this section. It kind of went more to what was being spoken to earlier. So
Okay.
I'm fine with giving up my time that way. That's totally understandable.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Martin, I apologize. So you don't want to speak on 6 point? Okay. Next public comment on this line item comes from Miss Michelle Dillard. Ladies and gentlemen, while we locate Ms. Dillard. Ms. Dillard, I apologize. We do require masks in the boardroom. I believe one was offered to you.
That's correct, and it was declined.
Mr. Duguid, do you mind? No, no. Thank you.
Okay, I was watching the video earlier and I saw, no, thank you.
Required masks throughout the entire footprint of our district. I believe.
Why was I called? I thought we had this conversation.
You were still on the list. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to speak, but we do require masks in our boardroom.
Okay, well, I've already stated that I'm not going to wear a mask, so I'm not understanding why you called me. I had a conversation with Ms. Underhill.
Right, and I explained that you weren't going to wear a mask. But you
Right, and I explained that I would stay out there, but I was called in here.
And there was some confusion on that, but we did not know you were still out there. So your name was read because it was on the list. It was a mistake. But if you don't want to wear a mask, then we won't.
Right. Okay.
No problem.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. Next public comment on this line item is Ms. Janelle Rubin.
Good evening. I don't really have any prepared remarks. I just heard about this meeting last night, but I just wanted to say I'm a parent, I'm an American, I'm a patriot, and I think the classroom should be the classroom where children are taught real life skills that they can use in the world, such as math and reading and history, American history. More of that should be taught in the classroom. More of the great values from the greatest generation should be on display for our kids to learn every day. And I think that there's really not a systemic race problem in this country. And I think that we would not have had a black president for 8 years if that was the case. So I would urge all of you folks that have some influence over what's taught in the classroom to please consider that we have a responsibility to build our young people into responsible adults who love each other and care about each other and want to build this country. They're the future of our country, and we have that moral responsibility. And I would just urge you to please let the parents teach their moral values to our children in our own homes in our own way, and leave the race theory and anything else that's not related to concrete education. We'll leave that to you, and you can leave the other stuff to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. The next public comment tied to this line item comes from Ms. Updegraff Day.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds and board members. I usually have a prepared statement, but I don't have one today. I honestly just didn't even have really time to write one up. I understand, the kind of the concept. We sat down with the, Heather Rooks and I sat down with the curriculum department. I thought we had a great, conversation, kind of broke down state standards and how this, all kind of works of that, yeah, it's not purchasing, it's kind of a Walmart scenario. And I understand that, but we're talking about curriculum, and school's changing, education's changing, we're moving away from books and the computers, and I think that's something that needs to definitely be kind of recognized and approached very carefully, because it does open the doors for a lot of things. And we've seen that, especially with a lot of assignments or different things that parents have concern about, is they're getting outside sources, it's online, it's never ending. One path will lead to another search, to another, and it can get into definitely concerning and dangerous territories. So it's important to take the time. So maybe a Walmart approach isn't the best. I mean, yes, it takes more effort to go outside to different vendors, but Walmart doesn't always have the best quality. It is about quality when we're talking about education. The resources matter. Who's doing it, the distributor, what the material is, and then really knowing every inch of that website. And you continue to search and you move to the next page, to make sure you're not going down this problematic hole. And it's up to the board to make sure. I thank you, Mrs. Pingarelli. It's perfect what you suggest. Yes, pick exactly what you want to purchase. Don't say it's going to be one of these 100 possibilities and we're going to pick some of them at some point and trust us it's going to be fine. We clearly don't have any trust right now. I mean, I don't know how, it can't get any more obvious that there is very little to no faith present. That has to be built back. You have to earn that. And that's up to you guys to do that. It's not up to us. So to do that, yeah, limit it, say that this is what we're going to purchase. Give us the time. You guys should go through it. That's your responsibility. You're going to approve it, to know everything in and out, so that there's not going to get any crazy, inappropriate material that's going to be going in a wrong direction. This diversity inclusion, no, it's not what we're about. It's divisive, it's problematic, and so many of those sources had it. It's everywhere. I have a patient that's what she does. She does training for diversity, inclusion in businesses. She's never been busier. That's not what we want. It's math, reading, the science, the basics. And honestly, those only take about 3 to 4 hours a day. I know that's probably the only parent that's realized how much time is wasted at school.
Ms. Day, I apologize. Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment on this line item comes from Ms. Jenna Johnson.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Reynolds and board members. Thank you for having me here to speak. My name is Jenna Johnson, and I am a mom of 2 young children, and I have also been an educator for 13 years. I have a kindergarten son who is in the district on an IEP, and I also have a daughter who I hope will be a future PUSD student in the coming years. So as an educator and a mom, I have a unique position to be in both arenas at once. I've heard Dr. Reynolds state that the district has no intention of adopting critical race theory or sex education curriculum. However, my fear is that it will still be taught under the labels of diversity, inclusion, or SEL. And after looking through the approved vendor list, I was shocked and appalled by one of the vendors that stood out specifically, the Gale eBooks, which was listed on the vendor form as Gale eBooks grade K through 12, inclusive of unique curated collections, professional learning collections, Cameron's collection, Cameron's Camp for Wellness, diversity, equity, and inclusion collections, and CTE collections. Upon looking at the Gale eBooks website on the equity, diversity, and inclusion portion, I was even more appalled and disgusted by the propaganda that was passed off as educational material for young elementary age students. So let me read you some of the titles that stood out to me. The LGBTQ Story, A Young Citizen's Guide to News Literacy, Conspiracy Theories and Fake News. A Young Citizen's Guide to News Literacy, The Media's Role in Democracy. Perspectives on American Progress, The Legalization of Same-Sex Marriage. Protest Movements, Political Resistance in the Current Age. Protest Movements, Black Lives Matter. What's the Issue? What's Gun Control? What's the issue? What's intolerance? And what's the issue? What's racism? Why would any of these topics need to be discussed in elementary school classrooms? These young minds cannot think critically to form their own educated opinions. By forcing these topics on them at a young, impressionable age, their brains are not developed enough to see both sides. It is brainwashing. Now, not ever do I want my children being indoctrinated by this propaganda. It's the parents' job to teach these topics and the school's job to teach students phonics and reading, numbers and math, and writing. Please keep these types of materials out of our public schools. I know I'm not alone when I say that if these types of educational materials are used in classrooms, my child will no longer be a student in the Peoria Unified School District. We as parents want the Peoria Unified School District to simply educate, not indoctrinate our children. Thank you for your listening ears.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Last public comment tied to this line item is from Ms. Linda Bussam.
Thank you, governing board members and Dr. Reynolds for letting me speak today. There are 13 pages of supplemental educational resources buried in the consent agenda. And you're seeking to approve a budget that would cost the school district $150,000. Approving the budget for this SAVE contract will result in the following. Number one, it gives the school's curriculum directors and teams the authority to give teachers access to whatever is on the online bundle, which includes videos, magazines, and websites. The governing school board does not have authority to approve online curriculum, only hard copy textbooks. So the governing school board loses the right to approve said curriculum. Parents lose all approval rights and involvement in their child's education with this program. In other words, indoctrination is given a full rein and moves forward full speed ahead without interference. The very fact that this is set up so that the governing school board loses all control over curriculum approval should give pause for alarm. And for these reasons, I implore you not to pass the budget for the SAVE contract. Too much is at stake. Ask the Mesa School Board, who was duped into approving the very same budget for the SAVE contract, and what happened to them. Other reasons is that while some of the content is very good, much of it is very controversial and even alarming. The devil is in the details, and our school board members have not been given a chance to research the content of what you're trying to pass the budget for. You say that you're not going to approve anything with critical race theory in it, yet Savos, formerly known as Pearson K-12 Learning, was spearheaded by the very authors of the critical race theory. Now Peoria schools have lost almost 2,000 students, and that's while the schools were open. Did you ever stop to consider why we're losing so many students? If you pass the budget and give the green light for teachers to access curriculum from companies such as Gale, which, by the way, has links to gay porn websites easy enough for our kids to find, the EverFi and Savos, you can expect an outcry from parents and stakeholders everywhere. And even worse, some of them will just pull their kids out of the public school system altogether without explanation. So before you decide to pass the budget for the SAVE contract, and since students are commensurate to the money to which the school district receives, you only have to ask yourself this one question, and that's, can you really afford it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bussam. Once again, just to reiterate, 7, 1, 2, and 3 are being tabled and will be spoken about at a subsequent board meeting in a public forum. We do have another item that was pulled at 7.4, approval of issuance of an invitation for bid for air filter replacement services. I pulled this line item because we do have a public comment tied to this item, which I'd like to listen to before we move to consider approval of that consent agenda item. And this public comment comes from Mr. Roger O'Day.
Howdy. I'm in the air conditioning business. I know about filters. The biggest building I work on had HEPA filters put in, and I thought that was stupid for simple reason of expense A, they don't last as long B, and the standard filter for most public buildings is a MERV 13, which takes out the point micron that COVID is. So my only thought process was, I don't know what you guys are thinking on. Don't do HEPA. It's a complete waste of money. The MERV 13 is their standard filter. And it works. They're good for 6 months, pretty much almost a school year. And that's basically what I had to say about it. I just wanted, don't blow the money on super filters. They're not needed. Am I allowed to make any kind of another comment?
You have 3 minutes, sir. Yep, you're.
Okay.
Well, actually, it needs to be tied to this line item, though.
Well, it isn't.
So, I apologize.
So, okay.
Thank you.
I'll abide by the rules. I have to wear this one.
Thank you, Mr. O'Day. That's going down, and we have, there is one other line item. Well, actually, before we move on, any questions, comments, board members on 7.4, the approval of issuance of an invitation for bid for air filter replacement services? Ms. Hill.
Not at this time.
Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Ms. Underhill?
No, thank you.
Ms. Pingarelli?
Actually, I just wanted to get Mr. Duguid's opinion, since it was brought to us and this was recommended. And I'm not an air filter person.
Sure. Good evening, Board, President Sandoval, members of the Governing Board, Mrs. Pingarelli. Currently, we replace our filters every 3 months. From my understanding, this is an invitation for bid, which is not my area, so if you'd like further examination of this, I would send it over to Mrs. Myers on the procurement side of things, but these are not HEPA filters that we are purchasing to the gentleman's comment. So we are using currently industry standard for our schools is MERV 6, and we are above industry standard for MERV 8.
So these are recommended by you and
These
your
are
and your experts. Okay.
These are recommended by me and my team. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. Thank you, Mr. Duguid. No further questions or comments on this line item. I do need a motion to approve 7.4. I'll move that we approve 7.4.
Second.
Ms. Concher, we have a motion by myself to approve 7.4 and a second by Ms. Underhill. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, board members. Next item removed from the consent agenda was is now 7.5, the approval of issuance of an invitation for bid for landscape maintenance, equipment repair, parts and supplies. From what I understand, there's a little opportunity in the language. So, Dr. Reynolds, you want to speak to this?
So thank you for pulling this item. We just had a little bit of a typo in our background material, and before asking the board to approve it, we want to make sure we correct that. We'll bring it back to you next meeting.
Okay. So, table this item?
Yes, we're asking you to table it. Thank you.
Okay, you got it. Any questions, comments on what is now 7.5? Okay, good. All right, board members, I do need a motion to table 7.5 for a subsequent board meeting.
I move that we table 7.5 for a subsequent board meeting.
I will second.
Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by Ms. Hill to table 7.5 for a subsequent board meeting. Board members, please cast your votes. Okay, never mind. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, board members. Okay, moving on to section 8, 8.1, consideration of administrative appointments. Dr. Davidson.
All right, thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, and guests. Tonight is just an awesome opportunity to come before you to highlight 8 individuals recommended for administrative appointments who have gone through a very competitive process. In some cases, 1, 2, and 3 different types of processes in order to be selected as the top candidate. So I'm just really excited to introduce them to you tonight, and wanted to just say thank you to all of our teams of educators, whether that's a classified staff, teaching staff, could be our administrative staff who participated in all of our different panels and activities, and also the numerous applicants that we've had for these different positions. As again, we move into honoring them, and hopefully with your approval tonight, you will see individuals that simply won the job. And I just want you to know that these are individuals that are ready to serve on behalf of our students, and they did a fantastic job and were selected to serve in these roles. So with that said, I'll stand for any questions you may have, President Sandoval and members of the board. But certainly before I bring them up individually, I would ask that we consider the action tonight and to make the, get the approval prior to me bringing them up. So I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Questions, comments? Ms. Hill? No. Dr. Sorensen? No. Ms. Underhill? No. Ms. Rayner? No questions, comments? Board members? I do need a motion to approve 8.1, consideration of administrative appointments.
I move that we approve 8.1, consideration of administrative appointments.
I'll second.
Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by Ms. Pingarelli to approve 8.1. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, President Sandoval. So tonight I'd like to begin our introducing of our candidates. So we'll start with Mrs. Barb Coakley. If Barb can join me at the podium, please. Yeah, we can clap for her right now. I'm going to read a little biography about each candidate, and if they'll be here to answer any questions you may have. So it is recommended tonight that Mrs. Barbara Coakley be appointed to the position of Director of Career and Technical Education. Mrs. Coakley has worked for the Peoria Unified School District since October of 2002. Mrs. Coakley has served in several roles within the Peoria Unified School District: substitute teacher, math and business teacher, assistant principal, and MET director. Mrs. Coakley received her Bachelor of Science degree in marketing and 2 master degrees in business administration and secondary education from the University of Phoenix. So Mrs. Coakley, congratulations.
Thank you.
Board members, questions, comments for Ms. Copeland? Ms. Hill?
Well, congratulations. Very good to have you on board, and excited to see what the future will bring for us. Thank you.
Dr. Sorensen?
Always been impressed with your work, so I'm glad you're in this position.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes, I just want to echo that. You've done such an amazing job at the Met, and you're, genuine caring for our students and like Sylvia, right? And their just their success and really developing those skills that'll lead them to a bright future. So putting you in this position, I think, just makes so much sense, and we just greatly appreciate your dedication to our district. So thank you and our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
Congratulations, and I think it's a perfect fit with your background with the Met, so welcome to your new position.
Thank you.
And do you have family here?
I don't.
Oh.
They had other.
Well, we're happy that you're here and you have all these people to congratulate you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you, and again, congratulations. I know you do a lot, for our students and how you lead and nurturing their creativity, and especially when you talk about the Met and just creating these innovative type environments. Just looking forward to that continued leadership, yeah, congratulations again, well deserved. Thank you, Dr. Davidson.
Next, I'll go and have Ms. Lori Garcia and her family join me at the podium before I recognize her. Ms. Garcia tonight is accompanied by her husband, Darren, her daughter, Isabella, and son, Gabe. So we want to welcome them tonight. And I'm going to read a little bit about your mom and wife, and then governing board, here we go. It is recommended that Ms. Lori Garcia be appointed to the position of Director of Special Education. Ms. Garcia was hired as Special Education Coordinator in September of 2020. Ms. Garcia came to Peoria from the Alhambra Elementary School District, where she was the Director of Exceptional Student Services. Ms. Garcia's previous positions have been Special Education Teacher, Interventionist, Arizona Department of Education Specialist, Instructional Coach, Assistant Principal, Special Services Program Coordinator, and Director of Teaching and Learning. Ms. Garcia earned a bachelor's degree in Educational Studies and the Special Needs Child from the State University of New York Empire State College. She has a master's degree in elementary teacher education and a master's degree in administration and supervision from the University of Phoenix. So congratulations and welcome, Ms. Garcia.
President Sandoval, governing board members, Superintendent Reynolds, thank you for this opportunity, and I am so excited to serve the community of Peoria, our teachers, our staff, and especially our students of Peoria. Thank you.
Now, congratulations, board members. Ms. Hill, questions?
Well, congratulations. You have quite a long list of accolades here, and it sounds like it's a perfect fit. So we're excited to have you. Thank you, and welcome aboard.
Yeah, congratulations. Excited to see how you work with our special needs students.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes, thank you so much for choosing Peoria. We really appreciate it, and we welcome you and your family. So thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Pingerelli?
I just want to say also congratulations and welcome to a new family. Thank you.
Yeah, no, congratulations again. I'm actually a product of Alhambra. I went to Catalina. But yeah, like Dr. Sorensen stated, when we take a look at, or when we really define every student every day, I mean, our special needs students are absolutely, included. And it's important to make sure that we have, lenses, at the table that make decisions, on behalf of, all of our students, including our special needs kids. So congratulations again. Welcome to you and your family.
President Sandoval, the family's been waiting in the back for a couple of hours. You might want to introduce them.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
good. I just thought you were gonna wrap it up. I'm like, no, they've been waiting for a long time. Sorry. Sorry.
Little patience. I was getting there. Ms. Garcia's family, welcome. I apologize for the amount of time you had to wait, but certainly welcome, to the PUSD family, and Yeah, I mean, Mr. Garcia, anything you'd like to say? I mean, it's obviously, Mr. Garcia has been well decorated and a lot of achievements, throughout her career. And so we're excited to have you, but you and your family, and we certainly appreciate your dedication and obviously your family's commitment to your career as well, right? So, Ms. Garcia, I mean, I don't know if you have any words that you'd like to say.
I don't want to take up any more of the board's time.
Yep. That's right.
They're ready for dinner.
All right. Well, thank you,
Thank you.
very much. Congratulations again and welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Reynolds, President Sandoval, you guys good? I'm just messing with you. All right.
For now.
We'd like to next, Mr. Ted Trillo here and his family, Nick, Allie, and Bree. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to read a little bit about your dad, and you just saw how it works, right?
Yep.
All right. Awesome. It is recommended that Mr. Ted Trillo be appointed to the position of Director of Business Services to support Ms. Myers and her team over there. Mr. Trillo is coming to us from the Cave Creek Unified School District, where he now serves as the Director of Finance. Prior to working for the Cave Creek Unified School District, Mr. Trillo worked for the Peoria Unified School District as the internal auditor for 4 years. Mr. Trillo earned his associate's degree in business administration, and also he received his bachelor's of science in business management from ASU. Welcome, sir, and thank you to your family for supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to be the Director of Business Services here at Peoria School District. I look forward to working with all the schools and the departments and the staff. And like a homecoming, I graduated from this district. I've worked here. I started my career in education here. So it's just great to be back, and I look forward to helping you guys do great things. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Ms. Hill?
Well, welcome home. We're glad to have you back. I'm excited to see what you're going to be able to do for us now that you're not an auditor, so that's great. Congratulations and welcome aboard.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sorensen?
Welcome back, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ms. Unruh?
Yes, glad to have you back, and that's a really important position, and we're so glad that you're filling it, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Finger?
Welcome back, just like everybody else said, and I'm sure Ms. Myers is going to love having you join her. So thank you, and thank you for your family for coming and being patient.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo all these comments and definitely, welcoming statements. There's no doubt, our business services team is one that, in my mind has been highly decorated, throughout the years. And so looking forward to, your Lens joining the team and, continuing with those achievements and doing some great things for PUSD. And yes, thank you to your family for your patience and waiting back there. I know it's been, probably an hour and a half or so, but, absolutely appreciate it and looking forward to you joining the team. So thank you.
All right, thank you again. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to be moving into our elementary school principal recommendations tonight. Mr. Mark Harmon, come on up. Mark is accompanied by his wife, Chelsea, his sons, Easton and Jace, and his parents, Ron and Karen. So congratulations, Mark. We'll give him a round of applause real quick, and I'll read about him. We are recommending tonight that Mr. Mark Harmon be appointed to the position of principal at Alta Loma Elementary School. Mr. Harmon has worked for the Peoria Unified School District since January of '07. Mr. Harmon was hired as a special education teacher at Cactus High School. In 2018, Mr. Harmon was promoted to assistant principal at Kachina Elementary School and is currently the assistant principal at Alta Loma Elementary. Mr. Harmon earned his bachelor's degree in special education from the University of Arizona and a master's degree in ed leadership from Northern Arizona University. Congratulations, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you all. Just super excited about the opportunity to continue to serve the Alta Loma community. It's an amazing school with amazing staff, students, and parents. I'm excited for the future and able to be just a support for the campus and be a part of the Peoria family. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Ms. Hill?
Congratulations. Exciting to have Mark Hamill from NCIS. Hey, you're going to run that ship pretty well, I take it, yeah?
You know it.
Keep them straight, yeah. So excited for you. Congratulations. Hopefully, we'll be able to have a chance to come in and take a tour of the school and see you personally at some point, too. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Mark and I coached football, which seems like maybe 30 years ago. A long time ago, worked with you as a SPED director at Cactus, and 100% of interactions make me so happy that you're here and you're adding value to our community. And now, you know, you can kind of have a little more power at home with Chelsea. I know. Now, so you have a little more clout at home. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Did you say 30 years ago?
Feels like it sometimes.
Well, one of you didn't age very well. I'm just kidding. Ms. Underhill.
Yeah, I was going to say, golly, he looks pretty young. Yeah, I just want to welcome you and thank you for choosing Peoria and staying with Peoria and for your leadership. So much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ms. Pingarelli.
Oh, I just want to say congratulations, and you must be a fantastic elementary school principal because you have two wonderful children that were waiting patiently for hours. Thank you.
That's pretty great. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. Dr. Reynolds.
I can't let the moment go. Tonight, we're celebrating Mr. Harmon, but Mrs. Harmon was a student of mine at North Canyon High School. One of my favorite all-time students. And I told the story to her children earlier. I still have a painting she painted back in a while ago. So it's a great duo.
That's great. Now, Mr. Harmon, congratulations, well-deserved. Thank you to your family again for your patience. Yeah, I mean, working with these two gentlemen, or Dr. Reynolds, and obviously having your wife as a student, but just hear a lot of great things. So yeah, looking forward to you continuing to do great things throughout our district and enriching the lives of our youth. So thank you for that.
Thank you all.
I know. Man, my kids were never.
President Sandoval, we also wanted just to highlight Mr. Herman's mom. She's a longtime educator here in Peoria.
Yes.
And she just wanted me to let the group know that Mark as well has started his time in Peoria as a kindergarten student. So, we certainly have a strong connection to Peoria for sure with Mr. Herman. So, all right. Next, we're going to highlight Dr. Carlos Perez as principal of Country Meadows. He's accompanied tonight by his wife, Jamie, his mom, Martha, and his dad, Mr. Carlos Perez Sr. So welcome to the podium. So tonight, again, it's recommended that Dr. Carlos Perez be appointed to the position of principal at Country Meadows Elementary School. Dr. Perez is coming from the Anaheim Elementary School District as principal at James Gwynn Elementary School. Since 2004, Dr. Perez has served as a high school assistant principal in several schools in the Anaheim Union High School District, and from July of 15 to present in the Anaheim Elementary School District. Dr. Perez has served as principal, as I stated. He has earned his bachelor's degree in arts and humanities from the University of California. He completed his California School Leadership Academy and new and aspiring principal certificate as well. In July of 2003, he earned his Master's of Science in Administration from Pepperdine University, and in May of 2015, he earned his Doctorate of Education from the University of Southern California. So, Dr. Perez, thank you for joining our Peoria team, and I might make you sad to know that I'm wearing a Sun Devil ring right now. So yeah, I know, right? So welcome, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, cabinet, thank you so much. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to serve the students and parents as well as the staff at Country Meadows. I look forward to meeting all of them as well as learning from all of you the Peoria way. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Oh my goodness, you left Disneyland? Wow, I'm impressed. Thank you for deciding to come here. We're happy to have you. We're looking forward to all the great things that is going to happen at the school this next year and the years to come. And once again, I guess goodbye to the house mouse, huh?
That's correct.
Thank you again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
You know, when I first saw that the Country Meadows principal was retiring, it made me sad, but I'm excited for you and excited for what you bring to the table and different perspective, and it's always good to get outside perspective and new ideas. So I'm excited to see what you do in that community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Underhill?
Yes, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. We're so glad that you, again, chose Peoria. We really appreciate that. And Country Meadows is such a unique and just really neat community, so I think you will really all enjoy being a part of that, and we just appreciate you coming, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
I just want to say congratulations and welcome, and I hope that you've experienced our heat before, and you visited our great state before you decided, but
Yes.
still welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, family, thank you, and congratulations. You're trading in an ocean for a lake that we have up north. But no, I think one of the things that you said when you were speaking, that you're looking forward to learning from others, as you sit in this seat. And for me, that's one of the more important characteristics of great leadership is an individual comes in with a listen, not listen only, but a focus on listening, to others, and to what Dr. Sorensen stated about bringing in innovative ideas, et cetera. I mean, when we talk about education, it is about looking forward and being innovative and preparing our students for the 21st century. So, congratulations again, well deserved to you, your family. Welcome, and thank you again, for supporting this gentleman and what he does every day for the future of our really society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. As we continue along, we have Miss Erin Gonzalez coming with her family. Tonight, Ms. Gonzalez is being accompanied by her mom and dad, David and Ann Gerard. We want to highlight Mr. Gerard as being a retired educator from Washington Elementary, so thank you for your time, sir. We also want to welcome Ms. Gonzalez's husband, Brandon, her twin sister, Miss Amber, and lastly, her children, who are Peoria students, Andrew and Anna. So Ms. Gonzalez, if you want to join me at the podium, please. We'll go ahead and give you a round of applause, too. So tonight, it is recommended that Ms. Gonzalez be appointed to the principal of Desert Valley Elementary School. Ms. Gonzalez was hired in 2004 as a fourth grade teacher and has served as a curriculum specialist, an instructional coach, and a Title I coordinator. Since 2019, Ms. Gonzalez has been a teacher on assignment serving in a leadership role at Cheyenne Elementary School. In May of 2004, Ms. Gonzalez received her Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education from Grand Canyon University, and in 2020, she received her master's degree in educational leadership from Arizona State University. So congratulations, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations, Ms. Hill.
Well, congratulations to you. Very happy to have you aboard. It sounds like you have a lot of accolades, and apparently you just got your master's as well, so lots of good things are coming your way these days.
Thanks. Another pandemic graduate.
Oh, yuck. Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, we are. We've come a long way.
We're getting there. Well, congratulations. We're very happy to have you aboard.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Sorensen.
Yeah, congratulations. You had a diverse experience, and I'm sure will serve you and the Desert Valley community really well. So happy to see you take that next step. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Underhill.
Yes, congratulations. It's great to see you become a principal at Desert Valley. I've always enjoyed your enthusiasm, and I know you've done great things at Cheyenne and throughout our district. So thank you, and thanks for continuing to stay in Peoria.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli.
Just congratulations, and thank you for your patience tonight, and thank you for your family being here with you for the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Congratulations again. I know as a district, Dr. Davidson and team, but they take their not only hiring practices, but development and throughout the hierarchy of the district very seriously, and looking at those individuals who are the right fit for the seats that we have in PUSD. So well deserved. Just looking forward to you again, continue to do great things throughout PUSD. And I apologize, I went right to the board members for allowing you to say anything, so I'm going to allow you to say something now.
Well,
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dr. Reynolds, President Sandoval, members of the board, thank you so much for this incredible opportunity to continue to serve Peoria. I've been in the district 17 years now, all here in Peoria, and I'm so incredibly proud of that, and that I have the amazing opportunity to serve in a school that's so rooted in their community. And I was able to meet the staff there this morning, and they are lovely, lovely, wonderful people. And I am so looking forward to this opportunity, getting to work alongside you. So thank you so, so much for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Congratulations again, and family, thank you very much for your patience in attending this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. President Sandoval, members of the board, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Marika Michaud and her husband, Mark, over there. Mark, thanks for joining us. Marika, why don't you join me here? Let's give her a round of applause for... Ms. Michaud is going to be recommended tonight to serve as the principal at Ira Elementary School. Ms. Michaud is coming to us from the Tolleson Elementary School District as an assistant principal. While working for the Tolleson Elementary School District, Ms. Michaud also served as Dean of Students. Marika has also held the roles of data specialist and elementary teacher. Ms. Michaud received her Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of California in 2005 and her teacher certification in 2006. Ms. Michaud received her master's degree in ed leadership from NAU in 2011. So welcome to our Peoria family, and I think you'll enjoy our governing board tonight. Thank you.
Yes, welcome. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, good evening, Mr. President, members of the governing board, and Dr. Reynolds. I am looking forward to joining this amazing district. I've only heard good things. Today I had the opportunity to go and visit with the staff members at Ira Murphy, and just my experience this morning helps me to know that I'm in the right place. I am proudly wearing green, our school colors, and I cannot wait to see what it means to be a Mustang and to lead alongside my staff members to build the community and continue to work together with them. Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Hill.
Well, congratulations and welcome aboard. We're very pleased to have you. And as I was reviewing your background, it was nice to see that you kind of, played a lot of different roles as far as being teacher and different aspects in your background. So I think you're going to bring a lot to the table, and we're very happy to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen.
Yeah, congratulations. Great to have you. We had a 17-year vet, only Peoria, the person before you, and now we have someone with new ideas coming from Tolleson L, West Valley, and yeah, congratulations. So happy to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Underhill.
Yes, you bring a lot of different talents and areas of expertise, and we really appreciate that. And just can't tell you how much we appreciate you choosing Peoria and just being part of our district. And welcome you and your family. I know he's got the camera, but welcome to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli.
I just want to say welcome also, and we are very fortunate to have you here in the district, and thank you for choosing Peoria. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Ms. Pingerelli. I mean, it's congratulations, well deserved, and we're certainly benefiting from your looking out to other opportunities, and we look forward to again the new ideas, the innovations, and and again just inspiring our youth every day. So thank you for that, and congratulations again, and congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You too.
All right. President Sandoval, governing board members, Dr. Reynolds, last but not least, we certainly have Ms. Rebecca Heiner tonight. We're asking for the appointment of principal of Pioneer Elementary School. She is accompanied tonight by her sisters, Ms. Jill Wade and Ms. Christy Ross. So thank you for joining us, and congratulations, Ms. Heiner. Ms. Heinerd was hired in 2006 as a teacher at Pioneer Elementary School. She has served in the roles of 21st Century Community Learning Center Coordinator and Title I Interventionist. In 2018, Ms. Heiner was promoted to Assistant Principal at Pioneer Elementary School. She has received her Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management and a Master of Arts in Education degree from the University of Phoenix. In 2012, she received her Graduate Certificate Principal from Northern Arizona University. She also has a Master's of Educational Leadership, also in 2012 from NAU. So, Ms. Heiner, thank you for joining us as principal.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to serve in the Peoria district and continue to serve the Pioneer community. They're near and dear to my heart. I've spent all of my career in Peoria with that campus, and so I am excited to continue on with all the great work that's been happening there.
Congratulations. Ms. Hill?
Well, I would say welcome aboard, but you're just continuing on, which I really like. So it's a beautiful thing to stay at basically your home away from home and just kind of know all of the staff and the kids and how things operate. You're just going to slide right in. It's going to be like butter. So congratulations and welcome aboard to your new corner office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Obviously, a tribute to you when you were staying in one place, right? You go from teacher to other, then assistant principal, and the community chooses you, right, as principal to serve as assistant principal. So that certainly gives me confidence that the community believes in you. That's obviously extremely important. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Underhill?
Yes, congratulations. It is really cool to see you go from being a teacher to a leader at that school throughout your career. It's also great to see your experience with the 21st Century Learning program, because we know how critical building those partnerships with our community and really becoming that hub for our community is. So appreciate your work and your effort, and just so glad you're continuing to stay with us. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew. Ms. Pingerelli?
I just want to say congratulations also, and thank you for sticking with us this long, and I know you will continue to do great things, so thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Just going to echo my fellow board members. I mean, it is amazing to watch an individual, or to understand of an individual's success throughout the hierarchy, if you will, at a particular site. Well-deserved, and clearly you've made very strong connections and built strong relationships, within that community, and that is very important when we talk about leadership. So looking forward to that continued mindset as you sit in this seat and doing great things. So congratulations again. Thank you again, for attending this evening with her and supporting her.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board.
Okay. Dr. Davison, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break before we continue along this agenda. Convene our board meeting this evening. All right, I know we wanted to move one of our discussion items, 9.1, which is the update on budget team meetings to date. We are moving that up to this next discussion. Again, it is a discussion item, but we're just moving it up to have this conversation earlier on because of I think it's one that's pretty involved. So that said, 9.1, update on budget team meetings to date. Ms. Michelle Myers.
Well, yes, and intended to share information and to review the multi-year compensation priorities that the district has set, as well as fiscal year 2022 budget recommendations and considerations. Final recommendations will be agendized for governing board approval and action on the governing board's goals and priorities are considered in conjunction with a 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year plan. I will review in detail tonight progress related to staff compensation for all employee groups and budget team and administrative recommendations for the next fiscal year. The district's compensation focus in recent years has included attracting, recruiting, and retaining qualified staff, classified minimum wage compression, and the development of a multi-year compensation model based on available funding. These priorities are embedded in the recommendations that will be shared tonight. Over the last several years, progress has been made to implement a multi-year compensation strategy. This includes an initial compensation study in fiscal year 2019, the increasing of the years of experience at the point of hire from 5 to 7 years, as well as increasing beginning teacher salaries that were approved last year to an amount of $40,114, and the initiation of a second compensation study that is scheduled to conclude this fiscal year with a focus on job descriptions and classifications. In addition, compensation increases for all employee groups have been a priority in addition to the 20% by 2020 that has benefited classroom teachers over the last 3 years. The annual budget process is part of the stewardship of community resources strategic plan perspective to solidify and adhere to effective policies. This includes district policies DA, DB, and DBC that include budget process requirements. Each year, the multi-month budget and compensation process is a collaborative effort that includes employee stakeholder input, governing board priorities, and administrative recommendations, as well as internal and external factors that affect annual funding levels and expenditures. For several years, employee stakeholders have provided input into this process through a budget team work group with representation from certified, classified, and administrative employees and association members. This year, the budget team consisted of 33 individuals, including 18 certified, 10 classified, and 5 administrative representatives. This year, the budget team provided input on budget priorities, including salary increases for employee groups, benefit renewals, retention stipends, position reclassification recommendations, classroom site fund, and performance pay amounts. We've invited the budget team to join us on April 22nd, and we will formally recognize those attendees at that time. The budget team met a total of 7 times over the last few months, and the group's recommendations will be presented tonight for discussion and input. The governing board has previously requested 2 governing board meetings to consider budget and compensation recommendations during the annual budget process. The recommendations being presented tonight are for discussion purposes only. If needed, the budget team has earmarked an 8th meeting date as part of this year's budget process. To date, 2 recommendations have been brought to the governing board related to compensation and benefits next year, including insurance renewal approval with a 3.99% increase at no cost to our employees, as well as a $500 retention stipend for all employee groups. Both were previously approved at the February 25th governing board meeting. Each year, the first step to the budget process is developing a pro forma budget for incremental funding increases and changes that will affect the new fiscal year. In addition, annual budget considerations are evaluated consisting of internal and external fixed and variable factors that include student enrollment levels, new state funding levels, minimum wage increase requirements, health and employer paid benefits, utilities, contracted services, and fuel costs. Incremental pro forma budget increases are based on the proposed state of Arizona fiscal year 2022 budget. The final state budget will be published when the legislative process concludes later this spring. Budget projections for fiscal year 2022 include a 1.23% inflation funding increase to the base support level, as well as a $32.82 increase to the base support level for the portion of the 20% by 2020 funding that was identified last year from Classroom Site Fund, and that Peoria Unified actually paid for from our maintenance and operations budget last year, as well as the continued restoration of district additional assistance, also known as capital. Student enrollment levels affect the amount of funding that school districts receive each year. In fiscal year 2021, Peoria Unified and a majority of Arizona school districts experienced a decrease in enrollment due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which does have a budget impact due to current year funding. The Governor's Enrollment Stabilization Grant, also referred to as ESG, provided $500 of proportionate funding per enrolled student to mitigate the fiscal year 2021 budget impact related to enrollment decreases, which was reflected in the district's December budget revision. This grant did not provide additional funding for the reductions related to distance learning, which is funded at 95% per enrolled student. Initial district learning funding reduction projections from the district's 40th day have been revised downward due to Peoria Unified offering in-person instruction since the end of September, which will be reported as part of the 180-day instructional calendar, reducing fiscal year 2021 expenditures in alignment with funding reductions. The potential impact on the district's fiscal year 2020 M&O budget carry forward has been significantly reduced. It is anticipated that it'll take more than 1 year for all students to return to the district. Due to this, staffing models for fiscal year 2022 have been adjusted for the assumption that only half of the eligible students will return next year. Associated staffing levels have been adjusted to offset projected enrollment-related funding reductions. These staffing adjustments have been made through attrition and have not required a reduction in workforce. Additional budget considerations for next year include a 0.19% Arizona State Retirement System employer contribution increase. Custodial contracted services are also not projected to increase next year, as well as we are anticipating the January 2022 minimum wage increase. However, the recommendations we're making this evening for compensation should address the increase that we're expecting in January for the minimum wage. Also critical to the fiscal year 2022 budget projections is the continuation of the district's 13% M&O override, which was approved by our community in November of 2020. The resulting incremental pro forma budget calculation was developed using current enrollment levels, meaning we started with an ADM, weighted ADM number. That's our 2021 number. Fiscal year 2022 inflation funding and the $32.82 base support level funding increase is part of the calculation. That also reflects the assumption that 800 students, again, roughly half of the decrease in ADM for this year, will return next year, as well as the continuation of the 13% M&O override. This approach resulted in a pro forma of $8.8 million of incremental new funding for fiscal year 2022 related to budget recommendations and considerations. The budget team and administration subsequently had 4 areas of focus, primary focus, related to budget recommendations with a multi-year compensation strategy that includes the ongoing ability to attract, recruit, and retain qualified staff, provide base pay compensation increases for all employee groups, address classified compression related to recent minimum wage increases, and Prop 301, also known as Classroom Site Fund. So we'll start with base pay and compensation increases for all employees. And the fiscal year 2022 recommendations for all employee groups. The budget team evaluated several compensation increase scenarios within the constraints of available funding and subsequently recommended a 3% increase for next year for all employee groups with an annual estimated cost of $5,441,439. As has been the case in prior years, per policy, compensation increases will only be provided to employees who have been in their position for more than half of the work year, and increases to base pay will not be restricted if the amount exceeds salary placement schedule maximum thresholds. This recommendation also includes supporting continued professional growth for eligible employee districts at the same level as is in place for fiscal year 2021. So in essence, there's not an increase for next year. For Prop 301, also known as Classroom Site Fund, recommendations were made related to compensation, as well as I'll address performance pay and merit pay recommendations. And a little background on Classroom Site Fund. Each year budget recommendations do include Classroom Site Fund, which is prescribed by Arizona Revised Statute 15977, which was established in fiscal year 2002 to account for the portion of state sales tax collections and state trust land income provided to school districts as an additional source of funding for teacher salary increases and other specified maintenance and operations purposes. The amount that school districts receive from the state is based on actual tax collections not to exceed the Joint Legislative Budget Committee annual estimate. There are 3 important considerations related to Classroom Site Fund for fiscal year 2022. The first is that student count numbers are actually based on the prior year and not the current year. Secondly, the $733 per weighted student count number provided by the Joint Legislative Budget Committee for next year's projections includes a $192 per weighted pupil accumulated one-time cash balance increase due to higher than budgeted sales tax revenues due to the pandemic. So this is a one-time add-on per se. Roughly $192 is 26% of the $733, and we are planning to treat it as a one-time increase for recommendations this year. A third consideration is Senate Bill 1139, which has been signed by the governor, which will basically collapse the 3 funding sources, which are funds 11, 12, and 13, which are allocated at 20%, 40%, and 40%, into one general classroom site fund per se, and also will expand eligibility for student support service staff for next year. So we're mindful of that, but recommendations for this year are focused on funds 11 and 13, which are base pay and optional pay considerations within the constraint of $1,838,089 of new funding. So that was considered by the team, and based on that, there are 2 main recommendations. The team is recommending the new funding support an increase to the classroom site fund portion of teacher compensation. And it's important to note that there's funding from M&O, classroom site fund, and instructional improvement. So the classroom site fund is a very small percentage of the overall compensation for a teacher. And to equate what that looks like, the recommended 4% increase to that portion, which is roughly 8% of an average teacher's salary, would result in an increase of $177 a year. So when we say 4%, it's not 4% on top of the annual raise. It's 4% of that portion of the funding of a teacher's salary. So they're recommending a 4% increase to the classroom site fund portion for teacher compensation, as well as the recommendation for an optional teacher day at the beginning of the school year to allow the teachers to have a protected day to prepare for the new school year. So those are the two recommendations from the team related to Classroom Site Fund. Certified classroom teacher performance pay is also funded from the Classroom Site Fund, and maintenance and operations funds support eligible administrative and non-classroom teacher performance pay. The budget team and administration is recommending keeping performance pay levels at the same rate as fiscal year 2021, and there is not a recommendation for an increase for next year. Each year, departments and supervisors initiate requests related to positions, reclassifications, and stipends that are submitted to Human Resources and evaluated by the district's leadership team. These requests are in addition to our staffing model and staffing reconciliations each year. Staffing requests that were submitted this year are very similar to what we've brought forward in prior years from a variety of departments. And I have a summary of what those requests are. The total estimated cost of the requests, including benefits, is estimated at $400,000. The full budget amount is always initially identified from M&O as a funding source. However, several of the requests may be eligible for grant funding, federal grant funding, which may ultimately decrease the estimated M&O funding amount. This year, the budget team also focused on multiple employee groups, but specifically classified staff compensation and compression. And this compression has been created by Prop 206, which is the minimum wage increases that have occurred over the last several years. In addition, compression for long-term employees and all employee groups was a focus as part of the district's multi-year compensation strategy. And as a result of this work, additional compensation increases based on longevity and compression are part of the compensation recommendations for long-term employees, in addition to the 3% that is being recommended for all employee groups. 60% of the district's employees have been with Peoria Unified for over 5 years, and 27% have served the district for over 15 years. There was a period of time for several years, well before fiscal year 2017, when employees had frozen pay. They weren't receiving raises, their compensation was static. In addition, there were furlough days for all employee groups in the past due to the Great Recession and funding concerns and the lack of inflation funding and capital funding, as an example, years in the past. Consequently, this compression has been a real priority for our employees and administration to address as appropriate with available funding. And so there was a focus on classified as well as certified and administrative staff to see if we could have an add-on to the 3% as a compensation increase to the base. To address these issues, graduated additional percentage increases for employees with 10 to 25 years of service are being recommended for certified and administrative staff, as well as graduated percentage increases at 5 years of service for classified staff. The reason classified staff are at 5 years is because of Prop 206. And that 5-year mark will allow our long-term employees to now have some differential movement between their compensation and the minimum wage increases that newer employees have been able to experience. The additional compensation increase requires continuous years of service for the employee, and what that means is that employee could not terminate from the district rather and be rehired, or retire from the district and rehire. It has to be uninterrupted service. That was the recommendation from the team. Attracting and recruiting qualified staff requires a competitive salary schedule. Last year, the district updated the certified teacher salary schedule to increase the beginning teacher salary to $40,114, and that change has paid dividends, and we have actually seen an improvement with our teacher hiring. There was a positive outcome to that change. The rest of the employee group salary schedules have dollar amounts that are based on salaries going back to fiscal year 2015 and fiscal year 2016. And they don't reflect raises that have been offered to ongoing employees or they've not been updated rather for inflation. Due to this, current employees have had compensation increases, and when a team member retires, the new person that's being hired to replace them is coming in at a much older salary range, and we're having a challenge hiring qualified staff in all of our areas. Due to this, recommendations are being made to update the non-teacher hourly and salary placement schedules to reflect a portion of the staff compensation increases that have been offered over the last few years to ensure that the district can attract, recruit, and retain qualified staff. So we'll start with the classified staff to review the impact of Prop 206 and the required minimum wage increase from $8.05 in 2016 to $12.15 an hour in 2021. So if we look at the salary schedule that was published in fiscal year 2016, you'll note that there's a spread between grades for our hourly classified staff. This is before Prop 206 and the required minimum wage increases. If we then look at our current salary schedule for classified hourly staff, you will note that within grades 5 through 11, all of a sudden there's not that differentiating spread, but rather all of those grades have collapsed and they're now at the minimum wage. That's the compression we've been talking about, that all of our classified staff have experienced, that in the past where there was a set percentage difference for duties and job description requirements, now that minimum wage is basically pushing against all of those other salaries, and it's problematic. So that being said, to address the concern, the budget team and administration is recommending a 10% increase from the fiscal year 2016 salary schedule amounts for grades 10 through 20. This approach begins to put the spread back between grades and makes the district more competitive for hiring new staff. Grades 5 through 9 will remain at the minimum wage due to the increase from fiscal 2016 still being in excess of 10%. So we have noted that cut point in an orange horizontal highlighted bar for grades 10 and 11, where we're seeing some movement with those two grades that were previously minimum wage. But the rest, far right column, highlighted in blue, you can see that the increase from 2016 is still well above 10%. So we're not recommending a change for those grades. However, we are focused on next steps for those grades, and with our EMS compensation study that's being published this fiscal year, we'll be looking at job descriptions and reclassification opportunities next year that will affect those 5 grades. Assuming the proposed raises that I shared earlier this evening are approved, 46 current classified hourly employees would need to be adjusted to align with the new minimum grade level that's being proposed in this schedule, with a cost of $37,718 to the district, including benefits. Similar to our hourly classified staff, our classified exempt salaried staff have also been impacted by Prop 206, and they too have salary grade amounts that go back to fiscal year 2015. And in addition, for our salaried exempt classified staff, they're also subject to the Fair Labor Standards Act minimum salary requirements, which are currently $684 a week, which equates to an annual salary of $35,568. So you'll note I've circled in red the 3 grades that are now starting to, that have previously actually collapsed due to that FLSA requirement and are creating compression for the other exempt categories. Again, to address this issue, a 10% grade increase is being recommended for new hire placement salary ranges by grade. Assuming proposed raises are approved, 2 current employees would need to be adjusted to align with the new minimum grade level salary rate with a cost of $1,344, including benefits. For our administrative staff, we have a similar scenario with our ranges going back to 2015, and it is impacting our ability to recruit administrative staff to the district. As I mentioned, the current schedule is it goes back many years, and really the only change since fiscal year 2015 have been title changes and some of the other bullet point criteria, but the dollar amounts have been static for several years, many years. And so the budget team evaluated current administrative salary schedules from surrounding unified districts, like districts similar to Peoria Unified, including Paradise Valley, Dysart, Deer Valley as examples. And they determined, based on that review and the current salary structure, that Peoria Unified is not competitive compared to those other districts. And therefore, the team is recommending a 7% grade increase for the placement of new administrators. Again, this is to enhance the ability to hire qualified staff. Assuming the proposed raises that we recommended earlier in the presentation are approved, one employee would need to be moved, one current employee to be in alignment with the new minimum that's being proposed, with a cost to the district of $3,882, including benefits. The hiring of special education related service professionals has also been impacted by salary schedules with 2015 and 2016 ranges. This issue has not only impacted the hiring of qualified staff, but has forced the district in many cases to use contracted services through vendors, providers, where we're actually paying a premium of 10 to 20% on top of what we would normally be paying if we had that individual working as our employee. In addition, the budget team received information from the Director of Special Education and Human Resources regarding ongoing challenges to hire staff with the current salary schedule. There's also data to show that the cost of contracted services has increased notably over the last few years. So this challenge of hiring our own staff is actually impacting our budget incrementally year over year. To address this issue, a recommendation was made to increase our occupational and physical therapist employee placement schedule by 15% grade at a grade level. There was not a recommendation to adjust the board certified behavior analysts at this time, as their salary grade range was deemed competitive. In addition to the grade enhancements, the addition of a $1,500 specialty certification stipend was requested in the future to support staff who obtain higher level credentials. Assuming that the proposed raises are implemented, 6 current employees would need to be adjusted to align to the new recommended minimum grade levels, with a cost to the district of $34,501. The hiring of psychologists has also been a challenge due to the current salary placement schedule, which has also required the use of contracted service providers, which again oftentimes require the payment of a premium in comparison to the district hiring our own staff. The current psychologist placement schedule reflects fiscal year 2016 compensation amounts. Modifications have taken place in recent years to treat these positions as a hard-to-fill position, therefore offering 10 years of experience at the time of hire. We also had that in place with our related service providers that I covered just a moment ago. However, this approach with all of our special education professionals has not really addressed the issue that our compensation is not competitive to other districts. Accordingly, a 15% grade increase is being recommended for new hire placements, and the addition of a $1,500 national certification for school psychology stipend. Assuming the proposed raises are approved, no current employees would need to be adjusted. All of our current employees are beyond that new minimum grade level. Again, in all scenarios, current employees have been receiving raises and they're moving throughout the salary schedule. These recommendations really do enhance our hiring opportunities. And as was the case with other special education positions, certified and classified speech pathologists currently have a salary schedule for new hire placement that also goes back several years. And so with that, recommendations are going to be made in this area as well. And again, we did attempt to address some of the issues a few years ago by treating these groups as hard to fill. But again, that approach did not address the hiring concerns. And so, based on special education department market analysis, a 12% grade increase is being recommended. Assuming the proposed raises are approved, the cost to the district to move 5 current employees to that minimum grade would be $15,397, including benefits. And finally, our nurses. Our budget team looked at nurse schedules and definitely felt that this needed to be part of the recommendations this year. And the current year has highlighted the critical importance of having qualified healthcare professionals on all of our campuses, and the critical need to ensure that we can attract, recruit, and retain qualified registered nurses, and LPNs. Similar to the other employee groups, adding years of service at hire has not negated the challenges related to compensation, and the ranges that have been in place go back to 2015. The budget team received information on RN and LPN compensation levels and hiring challenges and is recommending a 12% to 13.8% grade increase depending on the education level for RNs and a minimum of $18 an hour for LPNs. The recommendation places a BSN, which is a Bachelor of Science Nursing designation from an education perspective, at the same annual salary as the minimum certified teacher salary. Assuming proposed raises are approved, 3 employees would need to be adjusted to be in alignment with these new minimum grade levels with a cost of $12,858. I will now take a moment to recap the recommendations that are being brought forward and how they relate to the budget pro forma for fiscal year 2022. Earlier in the presentation, I provided the incremental M&O funding increase projections for the next fiscal year of just under $8.8 million. The recommended compensation, salary, schedule increases, and staffing modifications have then been deducted. I've got the cost, if you will, that I've identified throughout the recommendations here in this pro forma in the expense category. In addition, I've applied a contingency. We talked about 800 or half of the students returning. We've embedded a contingency if 300 of those students don't return. And that's identified at just under $1,562,762. The recommendations that are being brought forward from the budget team and administration are within the pro forma projections next year with applied contingency. The fiscal year 2022 capital budget is estimated to be $16.8 million, and the pro forma M&O budget that I shared with you with the recommendations does not include a transfer from capital to M&O. Next year, we will continue to refine our overarching compensation model for all employee groups with a phased-in approach to defined compensation outcomes. Future priorities and considerations include the modifications to Classroom Site Fund, Prop 301, and Prop 208, which is currently in the courts. Continued monitoring of beginning salary schedules will also be a priority, as well as reviewing recommendations from the second compensation study and the updating of job descriptions and associated classifications. Classified staff compensation and compression will continue to be a priority, as well as performance pay opportunities. We'll also look at enhancements for advanced degrees and years of service in the future, and the continued focus on compression, as well as special education salary schedules to ensure we're competitive and employees are not continuing to be compressed. And last but not least, professional development and opportunities to support our employees in that area. And with that, that concludes the presentation. I know it was a lot of information, but I'm available at this time to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. And yes, a lot of information, but a lot of great work that you and team and others have done. Questions, comments, board members? Ms. Hill?
Yes, it actually was a lot of information. So I'm just trying to absorb it all. I guess I was just questioning exactly where we are as far as the money situation for, I was looking at our budget and so forth. So, do we actually have the financial ability to, give all these increases, as it were, and still have enough money left over for other things that we need within the classrooms or other areas within the schools?
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Hill, yes, we do. And in fact, I've shared in the past some of the challenges that we've had this year with enrollment decreases with COVID-19, and remedies to address those decreases have included the Enrollment Stabilization Grant, as well as our ESSER grants, ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, which has just come online, and then on deck is ESSER 3. And so we actually have a second ESSER grant that we're evaluating right now at $17.4 million. And the Enrollment Stabilization Grant absorbed the majority of our enrollment decrease. The dollar amount that we've talked about at recent board meetings is the distance learning reduction that we at one point estimated could be as high as $9 million. However, initial projections, and again, we've provided updates throughout the course of the fiscal year and the pandemic. And looking back, we now know that we had in-person instruction going back to the end of September. In the early fall, we couldn't project what that would look like. So we always calculated on the conservative high end, and reporting to ADE was based initially on the 40th day, which was September 30th. We then update again on our 100th day, which was January 19th. We're going to update our distance learning again on April 16th. And as we march through that 180-day instructional calendar, the more days that you have in-person instruction, that reduction, that 5% reduction is minimized. So I feel confident saying that as we update our distance learning, that projection of the potential of a $9 million decrease is going to decline. Again, with our funding reductions that we've had this year due to enrollment and distance learning, we've also had the ability to proportionally reduce our expenses. So funding and revenue might have come down, but our expenses have also come down in part because of those ESSER grants, as well as savings that we've incurred this year with utilities and other areas due in part to the pandemic. So that being said, our carry forward from last year is intact, and we're projecting that our fiscal year 2021 carry forward will at least be at the same level as last year.
Thank you. And I guess I was also wondering too, with this grant money that we're receiving, is it specifically earmarked for anything in particular, or could the monies that we're receiving from these grants be utilized in other ways within the school system?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Hill, members of the governing board, the use of the ESSER federal grant monies is prescribed. So it's not just additional money that can be used for anything. It has certain criteria and frameworks related to reacting, responding, and recovering to COVID-19. Now, the funding is flexible, and so we do have opportunities within the constraints of the grant to identify needs, to remediate learning loss for technology purchases, and those types of investments. The key is to be eligible for the grant to be used. The item that's covered needs to be COVID-related and could not have been in the budget prior to COVID-19.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, a tremendous amount of work. I'm glad that we're looking to address a pay scale that I think is out of date and hasn't really been touched, to some of those base salaries, so I definitely appreciate that. In saying that, are we potentially creating a compression problem with administrators or anybody else? I just focus on administrators because the leaders that we hire are like a big deal to me. If I just got approved tonight, the 8 people got approved tonight, we fast forward 365 days from now and 2 people get hired or whatever, those 2 people would make 7% more than the people we hired tonight. Is that an accurate statement, or am I not accurate?
And I might look to our chief personnel officer to help me with how administrators are placed, but I'll make a quick comment to respond to your question. We have ongoing employees who have received compensation increases and they've moved throughout the schedule. That 7% grade increase does provide opportunities for the hiring of new staff to the district or for promotions of employees within the district. Anytime you modify the grades of a salary placement schedule, there's always the risk of some compression for existing employees. So you have to be mindful of both continuing employees as well as new hires. And that's one of the reasons why the longevity increase is being recommended to help address compression. But the flip side is if you don't have either inflationary increases or represent some of the compensation increases in a salary schedule, you get into a situation like what we have right now. Any additional comments, Dr. Davidson?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Myers, Dr. Sorensen, members of the board, President Sandoval. I think Ms. Myers did a great job with that explanation, but I'll share with you that we certainly take into account that risk or that opportunity to either move beyond compression or knowing that it might exist. I'll share with you, as you saw in the priorities for the next few years, we will continue to address compression. Dr. Sorensen, we do have some teachers who were hired a couple of years ago before the teacher salary, as an example, was the salary schedule was changed, and so we do have some educators out there that we do need to look at. I believe some of the work that the budget team did in regards to longevity will support some of those educators, in particular the classified team. But back to your original question on administration, certainly we do look at that, and what we have found, just kind of anticipating the board's acceptance of the budget team's work. So I've been kind of looking at that and what that would look like to bring our new administrators in. And because of the way our administrative team has moved over the last few years, I believe compression will be at a minimum based on what I've seen so far.
Okay, thank you, and I understand the contradiction of my question, saying good job adding it, and then is that add going to cause a problem? So I'm aware of that. Do we have a mechanism to increase compensation for maybe specific cohorts of people? Like I'm thinking of maybe the PUSD teachers for 10 or 12 years, right? If you've been in this district for 25 years, you're making good money. It's, you know, it's the people who are kind of trapped in that space of those freezes. I mean, I was a teacher here, I per my memory, like 7-8 years, we were frozen. Do we have a mechanism to target specific groups that may be hurt most? To Dr. Davidson's point that we have some of those, we identified some of those, do we have a mechanism to address that?
Dr. Sorensen, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, the budget team will continue to focus on priority groups. I've pulled up the slide that identifies the recommended longevity increases to address compression, and 10 years is the starting point for certified staff, and you can see it's graduated through 25 years. EMS, as part of their work looking at job descriptions and recommendations for those job descriptions, have actually grouped like positions together to help the district identify the need for enhancements or reclassification. So working with that consultant, I believe we'll be able to more directly refine those types of groups to target them as priorities in future years.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. And it was in here, I think I lost it. I think we recently decided to give from 5 years to 7 years of experience. And it seems like, I think that was talked about, like it's challenge hiring from outside of the district with teachers who have experience, right? Because that's going to be a challenge. Any discussions about increasing that 7 years to higher, or what did that look like?
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen, President Sandoval, members of the board. That has been a discussion point over the last couple of years, and we've actually run the numbers on what that would look like, and that is one of the priority areas in the future as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Sanderhill?
Yeah, good questions. I just really want to tell you how much we appreciate you bringing all this information. As you know, it's a lot of information, and we did request additional time to go through it, and you've given that, so we really appreciate, or I really appreciate that. I do also really appreciate all the work to, especially during such a crazy year, to address some of that compression with the longevity-based compensation. I think that is, you know, kind of the tool that we need to get us back out of what we've come through and hopefully, you know, move forward back into something that we used to have, right? So I don't have any specific questions right now. I just appreciate the effort that we're putting forth, and I know that just based on some, you know, some general exit interview information that we've gotten already, that you know, salary and wage is a big deal. So, and just, you know, anecdotally what you hear. So I really appreciate the work that we're doing to make sure that we get and stay competitive with the rest of the districts and the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
So was I correct in the first part of the I think it was, I'm not sure if it was slide 6, that you're anticipating half the students to return? Okay.
That is correct, and we've adjusted our staffing model accordingly, Mrs. Pingarelli, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, to reduce the number of staff to align with the reduction in ADM, working with Mr. Moss, our Director of Research, and our demographer. The projection is that approximately half of the decrease in ADM will return next year, so we've adjusted our staffing model accordingly.
Okay, of those half, do we know, I guess, where they've gone?
And I will look to Mr. Moss. I don't know if he's in the room still. Okay.
Mrs. Pingarelli, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, yes, we are working with our MTSS team, Dr. Walters and Mrs. Leonard, as well as with our social workers, making those phone calls, reaching out to the folks that were coded in a way that we did not immediately could tell that they had been moved to another district, moved out of state. That number was approximately 200. Many of the comments that we heard from the phone calls that were made is that they'll come back next year. So we have pretty hard data that's a good estimate of the number of students that are coming back to us.
So approximately then, how many students would that be?
In the pro forma, we used 800 for new funding, and it's important to look at new funding and continuing funding and expenses.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is the adjustment of the staffing model affects ongoing expenses that we've had in our budget from fiscal year 2021. The new funding pro forma that I shared, now I'll pull that up. You mentioned slide 6. Let me go to that slide. Is inflation funding increases. It's also the estimate of those 800 students returning. Our decrease in ADM has ranged from 1,600 to 1,800.
Okay.
So in this pro forma, we've got the lower end of 800 returning. And then again, I added the contingency on the expenditure side to say, well, what if it's really only 500? So we brought that down. And again, that's not based on inputs. It's just me being conservative, applying that factor.
Okay, and then also for the grants that we're getting, how long are those grants going to continue?
Thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Pingarelli. We have, at this time, 3 ESSER grants. And the reason why I preface at this time is we've provided updates, again, looking back to the beginning of the pandemic to now. We talked extensively about ESSER 1, a $4.2 million grant that was in effect from March of 2020 through the completion reporting date is September 30th of 2022. We expended that grant in the first part of 2021. Then ESSER 2 was approved by Congress in December and signed by the President in January. That's $17.4 million. We're now working with that funding. It's a reimbursement grant. It is intended to react and respond and recover from COVID, including learning enhancements and learning loss. And then there's ESSER 3, which I don't have a final number on yet, other than to say it's based on our Title 1A formula. All 3 ESSER grants are based on Title 1A formula funding. But to give you the flavor of 4.2 to 17.4 million, we know that ESSER 3 is going to be larger. So those grants have provided an opportunity to reclassify expenses, eligible expenses, into those federal funds, and that has then relieved our M&O fund. And so as our funding has been adjusted due to the pandemic and enrollment, our expenditures proportionately went down.
So eventually, though, grants will run out.
And if I may fully answer your question, they are one-time dollars. And so all 3 grants start in March of 2020. They have an eligibility date of March of 2020. ESSER 1 goes through September of 2022. ESSER 2 goes through September of 2023. And ESSER 3 goes through 2024. They stack on top of each other. That's the completion report deadline. So
Okay.
yes, they're one-time funds. We are not relying on ESSER grants with these projections. All of these projections and recommendations are based on M&O, with the assumption that half the students return.
Okay, because the increase in the minimum to the maximum, on some of them up to 15%, with retirement, that will continue. And so I'm just concerned when the grants do run out, where we'll be at.
President Sandoval, Mrs. Pingarelli, our recommendations are not related to ESSER funding.
Okay.
The ESSER funding was intended to address pandemic-related expenses and enrollment decreases. The M&O funding is in the pro forma for these recommendations. And really, if you look at an employee who's moved through the years with compensation increases, and when they retire, that new employee being hired at a higher level is flat. It's in tandem. It's not higher than where that employee that retired was at. Right now, we have the inverse, where the retiring employees paid more than what we're able to offer the new hire.
So I know you said that the staffing model will, is reflective of those numbers. So I noticed this time there were, I think, 70-some certified teachers that are not coming back to Peoria, did not renew their contract. So that's what you're talking about. We're not talking about decreasing teachers, but only not renewing them once they've left.
President Sandoval, Mrs. Pingarelli, that's correct. That's attrition, where someone terminates from the district, they retire or leave to go to another employer. That position's then not filled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. And Ms. Myers, thank you for addressing those questions. I mean, great question on the, really the sustainability, right? I mean, it's, because I think we talked about it maybe a few years ago where, you know, it's distinct to give this expectation and have to ask for it back, right? Or take it away, I guess is the really appropriate statement. So, yeah, I mean, Ms. Underhill stated, I mean, there's no doubt there's a ton of work that has gone into this, and especially during the times that we've been in, and your ability to really forecast and think about what may be coming around the corner and how to leverage our dollars to make sure that we are prioritizing our people is absolutely appreciated. I do have a couple questions. One of the slides talked about a lead nurse position, sorry. And can you talk to me a little bit about that, what that means, and what that scope of work looks like?
Thank you, President Sandoval. I'm going to ask Dr. Davidson to assist me with that response.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Sorry, I was getting prepared for the next conversation, but President Sandoval, the lead nurse right now is Ms. Alexander. Ms. Alexander is currently receiving a stipend for her role, and what we found through our work with COVID this year and working through the pandemic and knowing the many, many ways in which she needs to support our schools, we felt it to be very important for us to actually create a lead nurse role with its own attached salary schedule in the classified exempt scenario, so that we really define what that role is and what that person does on behalf of our school nurses. The real important thing to take note of with the lead nurse is right now and in the future, our lead nurse's license is used to supervise our LPNs, those individuals that have a certain credential. And so right now, Ms. Alexander is supervising 13. So we felt like we needed to honor the work of not just Ms. Alexander, but someone in the future that could come in and solely serve as a lead nurse of all of our many nurses out there in the field. So,
gotcha. Yeah, and thank you for that. And the reason I was asking is, you know, when we take a look at the role of our nurses and really why Peoria continues to be highly sought after, right? Yes, we have high caliber teachers without question. We have a reputation of that, and certainly our many programs, but our nurses who kind of bridge or really connect education with medicine, right? And the ability to, you know, we talk about every student every day, and, you know, the ability to have, as a parent, right, to send your student to a site that has an individual who is adept at being able to care for your child's, you know, I'm going to say routine, that's probably not the right word, but just their medical care while they're, you know, in our charge, you know, at our sites. And there's no doubt they have, Miss Alexander and team and all of our sites, nurses have done a ton, you know, as we've gone through, you know, these adverse times, and, you know, and spending countless hours, you know, even beyond their day of charting, right, and all the administrative stuff. So when we were talking, when I saw the lead nurse, I mean, yeah, I think Miss Alexander is fantastic, but when I saw it, I got a little excited, thinking there was potentially a position that would be somewhat of a roving nurse, where, you know, if one of our nurses, you know, needed, you know, the gift of time, or, you know, the ability to decompress or a day off for whatever reason, you know, this roving nurse, again, you know, would be able to kind of fill that role. Because, I mean, there's not many individuals on the site that would be able to take that, you know, position if a nurse actually had to take a day off, right? So, but it doesn't sound like that's what we're talking about. Go ahead, Dr. Davidson.
President Sandoval, members of the board, Ms. Alexander often fulfills exactly that role in which you described, where when a nurse is not available, or a nurse needs support, or a particular child has a great health need, Ms. Alexander is called upon to assist. So that is certainly part of that job description, as you discussed.
Okay, no, perfect. And again, I mean, when we take a look at the work that has been done in this budget, very strategically, right, and taking a really holistic view at, you know, the many potential missteps that may have taken place, you know, years ago before our time, right, and now us being very mindful and thoughtful of ensuring that our associates are paid in a way that, at a minimum, equals the value that they actually add to our district and our families. So absolutely, you know, thank you for that. I do have a couple more questions around, you know, I do appreciate, you know, the you know, certainly the sensitivity in addressing compression, but when we take a look at that scenario, and then we take a look at supervisory roles, so now I'm going to use the example of our, like, food services teams, right? So we have food services managers at all of our sites, and, you know, how, you know, there's those individuals, you know, some, you know, are making as much as, you know, an individual maybe doesn't have as many years, or, you know, even at a different position that doesn't have the amount of liability that our, you know, food services managers do. So I promise I was listening, but I mean, can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, where does that sit within our priority as a district to take a look at those roles? And I would imagine it's not just food services, it could be transportation as well, and some of the other verticals, but, you know, how are we, you know, being sensitive to those positions, and moving them in a way that, you know, again, you know, values what they do and bring to the table.
President Sandoval, members of the governing board. This is Sandra Sashow, our director of food service, actually is one of the budget team members, and so she regularly shares with the team some of the compression concerns from the food service managers. And as we looked at next steps and what we were recommending for this year within the constraints of the pro forma budget, we looked at both hourly classified and exempt salaried classified with the 10%. We will continue to look at subsets of those salary schedules, like the food service managers, in the future, to address where there might be specific bands of compression, similar to Dr. Sorensen's question earlier this evening.
Okay. Last question around board certifications. I know with our teachers, and rightfully so, you know, if they become board certified, I mean, Dr. Bell, do you mind talking about, just real quick, board certification? I know we're talking about budget, and I promise I'll get to that, my point there. But my overall point is this: our nurses also have the opportunity to become board certified, and do they have the same opportunities or actually, my question: are they also compensated the same as a teacher would be as they go through their board certifications? Does a nurse realize that same benefit? Do they have that same incentive to actually incentivize them to become board certified as nurses?
President Sandoval, your question is excellent, staying within the constraints of the agenda item of budget team recommendations. There are two stipends for specialty certifications and certifications for school psychologists in the recommendations. So the team is aware of certification opportunities in regard to specific certifications for nurses and outcomes. That was not part of the recommendation this year, but we can certainly make a note that would be a recommended priority in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, again, a lot of information, a lot of great work, a lot of very thoughtful work to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible. And by, your statements earlier, around making assumptions that are less than, what we will most likely realize, in case in point, the number of students returning. So really appreciate you, your team. I'm sure, Dr. Davidson and our entire cabinet all had input, and all those individuals who sat on this committee to really take a very well-rounded global approach to, to Dr. Sorensen's point, bringing us to salary schedules that value, all of our staff, all of our associates, sorry.
Thank you.
Board members, if no further comments, questions? Ms. Myers, thank you very much for the time. All right, so we are now going to follow the agenda as it was originally set up. So we are moving on to 8.2, which is the consideration of approval of rehired list for the issuance of letters of reasonable assurance for classified staff for the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Davidson.
All right, thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, and guests and team. This is an annual requirement. We went through a similar process in March for our certified staff and our administrative staff, and so with your approval tonight, our classified exempt and our hourly team members will receive letters of reasonable assurance tomorrow, and it will be given, I believe it's 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks to respond, hopefully to secure their job and remain employed with us. But this is just an annual requirement, and certainly I'll stand here for any questions if you have some.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. Board members, questions, comments on 8.2. Ms. Hill.
No questions.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen.
No, sir.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Ms. Underhill.
No,
good. Miss, thank you. I do not have any questions on this line item either. So, board members, I do need a motion to approve 8.2.
I move that we approve 8.2, the approval of rehire list for Laura's to classified staff for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second. So, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by myself to approve 8.2. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, board members. Okay, moving on to 8.3, temporary extension of work calendar for classified staff in support of summer school. Dr. Davidson.
Thank you again, President Sandoval, members of the board. Dr. Reynolds, this item tonight is also built in a similar fashion to one you've seen just a few meetings ago regarding our certified staff for the extra work they'll be doing as part of our 5th quarter or summer school work. Right now, we have a board-approved salary schedule that allows us to pay $12.15, which is minimum wage, for our classified staff who were to engage in work outside of their work calendar. So anything supplementary after their work calendar ended. What we're requesting tonight is that we essentially allow our classified team members who are needed as part of summer school to earn what they were earning, let's say, the Friday before they started summer school on Monday. Our intent is to allow them to earn their similar wage for their similar duties as needed as part of summer school. So that is our hope tonight, that you would approve that recommendation.
Okay. Questions, comments, board members? Ms. Hill?
Yes, I guess I just want to clarify, you said, I mean, what is the average then pay for teachers that we're going to? You said, so it's 12 right now, and you want to move up to what figure exactly?
Ms. Hill, for, if you don't mind, Mr. Sandoval, Ms. Hill, this is for our classified team members who, depending upon their role, their time that they've been with us, they make a variety of amounts of dollar per hour. So I really wouldn't be able to average that for you, and it also depends on what each school's needs are in terms of who they're asking to come support. So it's going to vary all over the place in terms of what might be needed to support those sites. But the ask from us, from the administration, is that if a person is making, as an example, $15 an hour to serve in some function on a Friday when their school or their work calendar ends, if they start summer school on Monday, we'd like them to earn $15 an hour as well, not $12.15. We want them to be able to keep their rate of pay as part of serving in summer school.
So potentially, I mean, obviously, we're looking at a base rate of $12 and X amount of cents as a base, lowest rate, all the way up to, what figure is the high figure? I mean, we're going like $20, $30, $40, $50 an hour. I mean, where are we?
Certainly you could, yes, ma'am. Depends on the role.
Okay, and
Yes.
so then my question would be, since this is a supplemental, is this something that we have the budgeted funds for?
I can certainly speak, but I'll probably turn it over knowing that the funding source is coming through one of the ESSER grants. So Ms. Myers, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Davidson, Mrs. Hill, President Sandoval, members of the board. The ESSER 2 grant that I mentioned during my presentation with $17.4 million allocation will be supporting this summer work.
And that would fully compensate all the different and various financial responsibilities. Obviously, we're going from $12 and X amount of cents per hour all the way up to whatever that might be. So I just want to make sure that that would actually fully compensate all of that. Or?
Mrs. Hill, yes, it will. Thank you.
Okay, and then summer school, if I recall, it was how long of a period of time?
Yes, ma'am. We will be running our summer school program through one subset through June, and then another subset the first few weeks of July.
It's like 4 weeks-ish, 5 weeks?
Dr. Bell, do you want to speak to the specifics?
Yes, I can. June will be all 4 weeks. July will be 2 weeks.
Okay, so we're talking 6 weeks. Okay, so that gives me a better clarification as to what we're looking at for numbers. But at this moment in time, do we have an idea of the actual total cost? I know you said that, you know, it's going to adjust, but do we know, knowing which specific teachers are going to have specific roles, how much would we actually be paying out for the whole lot?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Hill, and that's an awesome question. I know that currently our schools have been working with their team members to see how many students are going to be attending, and then taking that data to then determine what type of roles are needed. I know they've been submitting those plans to Dr. Bell and our ESSER team, so maybe either Ms. Myers or Dr. Bell could speak to that.
I can. We have started the process of an invitation to targeted students. We should have preliminary numbers by this Friday. Our staffing will begin next week so that we can start matching the student interest in coming to school, K-12, over the summer, and teachers who are also interested. This falls right in line with the classified staff that also will be necessary to run this kind of summer programming.
Okay, thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
I mean, I have a comment. So I personally do not philosophically believe in printing money and giving it out, but that's been our economic policy as a nation since Ben Bernanke and quantitative easing. So we have this money in this grant, and as a district, we can choose, and this money for this grant is like specifically for this purpose, right? To help kids who have lost learning due to COVID. And personally, if we have that money that's there in the grant, I would much rather spend that money on people than programs. So I think it's a good choice that we are maintaining this pay for classified. I think it's good to maintain this money for teachers. I think it's good for our local economy, because if these teachers have more money, they're more likely to go to my favorite Ballpark Pizza on a Friday night when I see them than it is shipping it out to Florida Virtual.
Right.
So we have the money. Let's put the money into our people instead of buying more programs. I think this is a good choice, and thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Andrew?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely necessary and just something that we should do. I mean, after the year that we've been through and stayed open, you know, with many districts around us that did not, I think it's critical that we have some way to motivate staff to continue their work into the summer to help catch up some of those children. So I think it absolutely makes sense, and I think it'd be very difficult for anyone to consider coming back to their job to make $3 to $10 less to do the same job from Friday to Monday. So I'm absolutely for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
Let's see, so do classified staff normally work in the summer?
Ms. Pingerelli, Mr. Sandoval, excuse me. The answer is not near as often, Ms. Pingerelli, as we anticipate them working now for this summer school program.
Okay. So let me just get it straight. So the classified staff, instead of getting the $12.15 an hour, the minimum wage, they would get the hourly rate that they have right now. Okay. So I just want to make it clear that, so the certified staff that are coming back get a 60% raise, and the classified staff coming back get a 0 raise.
So, Ms. Pingerelli, thank you for bringing that to light. And what I would say is, if you recall, when even though it did look like a $25 to a $40 per hour, looked like that 60% raise, and it was really by an hourly rate. When you looked at that amount of the time a teacher spends on any, an 8-hour day, for example, 40-hour week, ultimately a teacher's contract is 186 days. I don't know if our team remembers, but we brought that out to that actually is what a teacher makes, right around that $40,000 rate. So yes, ma'am, it did look like an increase certainly for summer school for our certified staff, but really the intent was to bring them up to what they make as a base level teacher. This rate here just allows our staff to continue to make what they otherwise would make. That is correct.
So normally in a normal year, though, for certified staff would make $25 an hour in a normal year.
In a supplemental role, yes, ma'am, not by nature of their job itself.
Okay. So it still looked like a 60% increase. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm glad that the classified staff, I'm sure, will enjoy having more work. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pingerelli, Dr. Davidson, and and I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Sorensen. It's it's just we have to prioritize our people, and there's no doubt that the need this summer, based on what we've gone through, is going to be greater than what our prior summers have been, right, prior to last summer. So the ability for our classified staff to continue to support our kids during that time frame while still, maintaining their current hourly rate is absolutely, the right thing to do. And again, they add a lot of value. Mm-hmm. And, like I said earlier, we get compensated for the value that we add. And I think, all of our associates from staff to certified to site district leadership, have a mindset and a heart of service to others. And, and I think, this shows that, we don't take that for granted and that we value that heart and that mindset and by doing something like this, for them during these times. And again, they're going to add a ton of value to our kids, as we continue to close that gap that was potentially realized, during the last 2 years. So thank you for that. Really appreciate, all the answering of our questions. And at this point, if there are no further, yep, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I just thought of something I was just curious about. So I understand from here that it's a temporary increase for this summer. So let's just throw it out there. So if next summer comes around, will this be proposed again? Or are they just going to go back to the $12 and X amount of hourly wage, or where are we?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Hill. And assuming we are rocking and rolling and kids are learning, and we didn't need to engage in this type of rigorous summer school program, $12.15 would be the recommended rate at the current time. We might see that as a budget team conversation in the future as well. But yes, our request is just for this summer school time that's running through June and July, as Dr. Bell stated, to have that increase of pay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ms. Hill. And Dr. Davidson, along those lines, how long has our summer rate been $12.15 for classified and $25 for certified?
Mr. Sandoval, the 25 on behalf of the certified staff, 25 has been that rate for years and years and years, well over a decade, from my understanding. And I believe the supplemental rate for our classified team has been minimum wage, so that $12.15 is a minimum wage. So if you remember a few years ago, it was as low as $8 and change, and I think it's just we continue to bring this schedule for pay to the board as the minimum wage changes.
Gotcha. Yeah, based on, the need, but if it's been that for some time, I think it's something that we need to take a look at.
Sure.
As a district to understand if that dollar amount is still relevant. All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Board members, if no further questions, comments, I do need a motion to approve 8.3 temporary extension of work calendar for classified staff in support of summer school.
I move to approve 8.3.
I'll second. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill to approve temporary extension of work calendar for classified staff in support of summer school, and a second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Dr. Davidson. Okay, moving on to 8.4, reclassification of deputy superintendent position 2, chief student services officer. Dr. Jason Reynolds.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board. I will do my best to be brief as we are moving on to the 10 o'clock hour. I first want to just thank everyone for their patience and their feedback as we have gone through, as I have gone through this process. I want to thank our stakeholder advisory group that works with me, our student advisory, specifically for their feedback. I specifically want to thank Cabinet for being patient in this process and accepting quite a bit of responsibility, additional responsibility for this year as we paused the rehire of the deputy superintendent last year. And I also want to thank the board for your flexibility, your feedback, and your consideration in our discussions last spring. And we'll get to those in just a second. Just quickly, just to give the team a historical perspective of our organizational chart. So in 2017, The deputy superintendent, along with a variety of other positions, were collapsed and reclassified to create a similar model to what we currently have, and one that I'm proposing to create the chief positions. The term chief was introduced to Peoria at that time by the current superintendent. I believe that was done to reflect a business model approach. In 2018, the governing board approved a new structure that reinstated the deputy superintendent position and added the chief operations and safety and risk management officer to lead efforts in student safety, emergency response planning, and operations. In 2020, which was last spring, after being selected as superintendent and vacating the deputy superintendent position, I worked with the governing board members to support a plan to delay the replacement of the deputy superintendent until I had an opportunity to identify where the gaps were in our support for our stakeholders. And I thank you for that patience. We had several conversations, and that was approved in July of 2020. So that brings us to today, and based on that assessment, based on the proposal is a proposal to reclassify the deputy position. So meaning not to post the deputy superintendent position, but rather post a position to chief student services officer, and that's what I'm bringing to the board for your consideration. Just briefly, these are some of the things that I considered over the last year. And one is that our organizational should reflect our district's vision, mission, and our strategic plan. I should be the direct supervisor. This is a belief of mine. I should be the direct supervisor of the cabinet members. And that the roles and responsibilities of our cabinet members should be balanced and clear to provide our support and customer service to all of our stakeholders. Also, that administrative positions, part of our role is to provide a voice for stakeholders as well as guidance. And then lastly, we need to always be considering fiscal responsibility as we create our support structure. Lastly, just as a piece of information, as I came on as superintendent, one of the things that I ask all of our team, and that is when a position is about to become vacant, that we go through a process and we analyze that position and we make sure that it's the right position. We make sure that it's needed. We make sure that it is it's aligned to our strategic plan and it's aligned to our mission and our vision. And so wanting to model that as well for our team. So just quickly, you can kind of move through here. So when I asked the board to delay the replacement of the deputy, the responsibilities of that position moved to a variety of cabinet members, as I mentioned earlier. And so they stepped up and took over those roles in a time when I made that decision, that was pre-COVID. And so to add COVID on top of that, they have done an extraordinary job and really picked up, not just the cabinet, but members of their team have really picked up a lot of that slack, and I appreciate that. So just quickly moving through here, these are the current roles and responsibilities of our academic support officer, communication officer, our strategic planning and technology officer, and our CFO. If you just take 1 second, Christian, back that up just a second. There you go. Just thank you. Our Chief Personnel Officer and our Chief Operations and Safety and Risk Management Officer. And here is how we would reclassify this position. It's important to note that also In the role that I served as deputy and previous deputy has served, that position, the roles and responsibility were very unique to the person who was in that position. I don't want to say that it didn't make sense, but it wasn't clear. There were a lot of things where when you would say, this is what a deputy would typically do, the person in that role was given responsibilities from a variety of other areas. And so what I'm proposing is that we redefine it, we reclassify it so that it becomes a little bit more clear. So when I say that, meaning last year when I moved some of the roles and responsibilities to other cabinet members, those roles and responsibilities are not the ones that are coming back to the Chief Student Services Officer. And I'll use this as an example. Open enrollment, the process that we use to invite students from outside of our district, as well as allow students to move within the district to different schools and provide that flexibility and choice. That is a role and responsibility that the deputy had. I moved that over to our Chief Operations Officer. I'll leave the other long title out. I moved that role and responsibility to the Chief Operations Officer. That is a role that Mr. Dogood has. He works with facilities. He works with capacity and enrollments. That responsibility isn't going to come back to the Chief Student Services Officer. It's going to remain with him. But a role that he currently serves in is going to move to the Chief Student Services Officer. So it's not just those responsibilities went to out there and then those exact ones are coming back, if that makes sense. So just quickly, the main role of the Chief Student Services Officer, and this is the key piece and the key role, this is the roles and responsibilities that will take up the majority of the Chief's time, energy, and that is to support our K-12 schools across the district, to be the supervisor and oversee all of our K-12 schools. This is a common position in every school district where you have a position similar to this. I'll just use an example. I have served as the assistant superintendent of secondary schools. So that's a former role, but those are roles in normal school district or in normal roles in school districts around not just the state but the country. So having served in a role similar to this, it's a big job supporting principals, their teams, the teachers and students. The key piece, and I talked about this just a little earlier, is when we talk about providing a voice, providing support, I see that as a main component to this. It is not just about accountability and guidance for schools, but it is an opportunity for schools to have a strategic position at the cabinet level to be their voice, to be that voice in the decision-making process. So then underneath that, these are areas of supervision that the chief would be responsible for. And that is our social and emotional learning team, combined specifically with our health services team, with the diversity and inclusion committee overseeing that. This position would also, I think I just said the health services, it's getting a little late, health services position. So when we talk about our lead nurse and nurses, this position would oversee our academic counseling. So those are all of our school counselors and the guidance that they provide all of our students. McKinney-Vento, that's actually part of the social emotional health services diversity inclusion team. McKinney-Vento Act is the law that requires us to provide supports to homeless students. The position would also serve as our 504 Section 504 coordinator. Those are students with disabilities that are not covered under special education, and that this person would support that, as well as Title IX, serve as our supervisor for that. This position would also supervise high school and middle school athletics, new administrator training, which is a new program, a new support system that we're going to be working to provide, as well as our current aspiring administrator program. Now, just quickly, let me just, to give you an idea. So K-12 school supervision, that's coming out of academic support. Social and emotional and the health services, I'm sorry, social and emotional is coming out of operations. Academic counseling is coming out of academic support. McKinney-Vento is coming from operations. Section 504 would be coming out of academic support. Title IX, academic support. High school and middle school athletics coming out of the academic support area. And lastly, the aspiring administrator program comes out of academic support. Okay, good. And then lastly, the diversity inclusion committee that we have that does work to support our schools, that would be coming from our personnel department. So with that, I do recommend that the board reclassify the deputy position and that we post it as a chief student services officer. It better aligns with our strategic plan, with our mission, with our vision, and provides a position, again, at the executive level that provides voice for our principals, for our teachers, for our students, as well as clear guidance for our schools.
Thank you for that, Dr. Reynolds. Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
I guess the only issue that kind of comes up for me is the very last item there in the diversity and inclusion bit. I know we do have a committee on this, but that's definitely a red flag for a lot of people. Just as far as critical race theory kind of comes around with that, because they are kind of a little bit embedded. So that's a little worrisome for me. It's a part of the roles and responsibilities of the Chief Student Services Officer. I don't know. I just find that a little bit, I don't know. It's worrisome to me just a little bit, because diversity inclusion to me isn't always painted as this lovely picture, and it can get it can be twisted. And so, and I do think that definitely having it listed here as one of his responsibilities, as people do look and see what the roles and responsibilities are for this particular person, I myself would have pause with that. I would. So I'm just wondering, maybe you can give me more information on exactly what that would entail and what that exactly means. But I'm telling you, I just think that's going to be a red flag for people.
Well, thank you for that comment. Based on the governing board's feedback, if there's general consensus, we can leave that role and responsibility under personnel if that is a responsibility that the board has general consensus with. My recommendation is that it would move from personnel over to Chief Student Services Officer to help guide that discussion when it comes to the whole, it doesn't move away from personnel. It's not, we still have a component in that, but that person would be guiding that discussion.
Yeah, I just find it a little worrisome. And I do know a lot of the people here tonight, they're going to have an issue with that specifically. So just not to arouse more problems with it, I don't know. I personally think that's something we should re-examine as far as one of the roles for this specific person that's going to be in this position, because I do think this is a very hot topic right here. And I'm uncomfortable with it. I just am.
So are you suggesting that if it's in personnel, it becomes less of a hot topic?
Well, I mean, it's always a hot topic, right? But we're just spreading the wealth now a little bit. So, to me, it's more containment, I guess, at this point. I'm just not, I guess I'm just not happy having it there. I'll just be honest with you. I just don't. And I do know that a lot of the people that were present this evening would agree with me on that probably. So I'm just trying to diffuse some of the situations that I see possibly could come up in the future. I just don't think it has a place there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Dr. Sorensen.
Yeah, I guess I would say my concerns about this have not changed since our study session. I think we're top-heavy, and I compare us to other K-12 districts, and I see 3, 4, 5 people in their cabinet, and the previous superintendent added a chief and a deputy soup, right? I've seen what the deputy soup position is since Dr. Heather Cruz. I've been here a while. We were prepared, if the override didn't go through, not to rehire that. When you look at the new salary classification, deputy soup and chief officer in the same line, so they get paid the same. And I understand the concept of wanting to reorganize based on your vision. And this is a position that you're probably pretty familiar with and pretty common throughout other districts. I don't think all of our chiefs are that common. And if you want to take a look at duties and responsibilities and allocate that differently, if you want to look at our human capital and you want to allocate that differently, I'll support you. But before we add another position, I know you could say, hey, Bill, we could hire a deputy soup, and you could do that. I guess I look at our compensation, right, for our people, and we're doing great work to try to increase that. And in some areas, we're not competitive. And we look at a cabinet that's bigger than other K-12 districts. That's still concerning to me. And that's just very difficult for me to get on board with this until, like, it's easy to ask for stuff. Hey, you know, I'm a new soup, I got a new vision, I need this, I need that, and I get it. But before we add more, I need to see some, I don't know, cutting, elimination, some sort of saving before we add more for me to, and my concerns are still the same from the study session.
And I appreciate that. You are correct. The deputy position is there and will be posted as a deputy superintendent. I will continue to review positions as they become available and look for opportunities to potentially reduce staffing, just like I mentioned earlier. I'm asking everyone to do that. In this particular position, this is not the one to do that with. These roles, this position is a position that is mission critical to our school district. We can, that deputy position there is a cost savings to this chief position. There are other things associated with the deputy position that are not associated with a chief position. So there is a cost savings here. But thank you for your concerns. It's a valid concern, and we need to continue to look at that as positions become available in the next year or two.
And just to clarify, like, you could definitely do that, but if this chief doesn't get renewed, you don't have to hire a deputy soup, but if it is mission critical, you can do that. But it's not like we have to, as it's been sitting, vacant this year, and we had plans to potentially have it vacant next year. Like, we don't have to post that, but we definitely could, right? But we don't.
Yes, yeah. We need a person who supervises, their sole responsibility is to supervise schools. I mean, that is their main position is to supervise schools. We do not have that position. Dr. Bell has done a wonderful job trying to fill that position, as well as other positions. And so as we look at some of our other support structures, there may be an opportunity at that time to look at some of the things that you're talking about. And I shouldn't say maybe an opportunity to look. We will look hard as positions become available. And we've talked about Mr. Gay is going to be leaving us next fall, and we'll enter this same process. My plan currently is not to replace that position at that moment, but to do this process again and ensure, is that position mission critical? Is it something that we absolutely must have? And we will reassess it. We've started that conversation right now. This deputy reclassification is not the position to do that with. We need a leader whose sole responsibility it is to support our schools, our principals, and our teachers. I wouldn't be asking for it if I didn't believe it.
Your message and passion is clear, your message is clear, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Underhill?
I guess as I look at the very, very long list of roles and responsibilities for each member of the cabinet, and then I look at, I mean, gosh, I'm not going to put them on the spot, but the number of hours that they work and have worked over this past year, to me, it seems very evident. I know we run a lean percentage as far as administration goes to begin with, and it seems clear to me that you've identified a role for this position that is critical to our district. So personally for me, I trust that this is, we've sat with it for a year, we've gone through a lot of things, you've spent a lot of time figuring out exactly what the need is for this particular role, so I'm comfortable with it. I'm also very comfortable with diversity and inclusion continuing to be with a part of this person, this position. I don't really understand how that suddenly has become a negative, dirty word, and it's really actually hurting my heart that that is now somehow a super negative thing. I mean, we have worked on diversity inclusion, and that means children with disabilities, people that speak other languages, that come from other countries. And how that can be such a negative thing really does hurt my heart. So it doesn't, I don't care where it fits, but it fits. And that's how I feel about that. I'm fine with the position. I feel like it's well thought out and it's suited to what we need for right now. Thank you.
And just again, to address that, I'm absolutely open to looking at that role and responsibility remaining in its current position and potentially looking at another responsibility to move in its place.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingarelli?
Well, I think without knowing the future funding and the student count, I'm on the side of staying lean. So I'll leave it at that.
And again, I appreciate that very much. I am also on the side of lean administration and working to reduce that. Again, this is not, I'm just giving you my recommendation. This is not the position to do that with. We have other opportunities to look to do that in the near future.
Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. Just, a couple questions. I mean, when I take a look at this position, and I said this in our study session, we have always been a district that has adapted well to address the shifting needs of our student population. And this is no different. By enhancing some of the verticals that we have, from the SEL team, McKinney-Vento, our foster students, and again, like you stated earlier, which are our homeless students. And even from Ms. Underhill, highlighted, I think when we talk about diversity and inclusion, it's how we define it really as a district. One thing that I haven't heard come out of anyone's mouth, within this district is that diversity and inclusion is race only. Race is part of it, but it's also, Ms. Underhill mentioned students with special needs. It's also gender, right? But for me, I key on the word, inclusivity, which is no different than what we do, at every board meeting, including the lenses and voices of all of our community members. And from a student success perspective, we need to make sure that, we have someone who is uplifting the needs of those students that come through our doors. I mean, we are a public school system whose doors are open to everybody, regardless of your socioeconomic status, your background, where you come from, gender, et cetera, right? And we have been, again, very intentional about how we, address the nuances, with, some of those, I don't want to say groups, but just, again, individuals, to make sure that they are successful. And student success is one of our pillars, as it relates to our strategic plan. There's no doubt, I mean, obviously, from a fiscal responsibility perspective, we absolutely, that is something that, again, we've been highly decorated, as a business services department. And I would assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that, when you took a look at this position and understood what it may look like from an exposure perspective, those discussions were probably had with business services to understand, is this something that we can bring on and sustain, right, to Ms. Pingarelli's point, before, recommending, this position. You're right, every district has a similar role. Some districts call them ESPs, but it does encompass, those wraparound services that, many, if not all, our students need. I mean, we talked about Liberty High School and the number of mouths that it, continues to feed, on a daily basis, because there's a need there. Even though Liberty sits in one of our higher socioeconomic neighborhoods, there's still a need, in those communities. So, yeah, it's, again, to me, it absolutely focuses on student success. It continues to, uphold our promise, as it relates to public education, which is making sure that, it's every student every day. And so this position will, really uplift some of these verticals that we've incorporated as a district to make sure that, once again, that our students are put in a position to be successful. So I like it. I do appreciate, the questions and, even concerns, from fellow board members, but this is a position that, our students will benefit from, and they are our target audience.
Well, I appreciate that. Yes, I've spent a great deal of time working with team members, working with principals, again, working with our stakeholder advisory to get their feedback on this plan. And so that need is absolutely there. And I have also shared with our team that as we enter into next year, that we have an opportunity, to Dr. Sorensen's point, to look at potentially reducing the size of the cabinet. And I think that's the appropriate time to look at that. Not, again, not with this position.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Board members, any other questions, comments? Okay. So at this point, do need a motion to approve 8.4, which is the reclassification of Deputy Superintendent position to the Chief Student Services Officer.
I move to approve the reclassification of Deputy Superintendent position to Chief Student Services Officer.
I'll second that. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. And motion fails, 3-2. Thank you, board members.
Thank you for your feedback.
All right, moving on to our discussion items. We have gone through 9.1. We are now on 9.2, which is the health data update. Mr. Moss, thank you for sticking around.
Well, I think I was a little bit late for a minute there, but have some answers for you in a little bit. President Sandoval, members of the governing board, I'm just here to give you a quick update of some COVID data. At the last board meeting, Ms. Airy gave you some information that we changed some of our metrics based upon executive order from Governor Ducey to move some of the CDC recommendations. That has done for us a couple different things. First, it has given us the opportunity to only look at 2 measures. We've taken off the hospitalizations. The hospitalizations are no longer reported. And the second thing it does is it's given us some 4 categories to look at instead of 3. We have low, moderate, substantial, and high, as opposed to just the 3 that were in the past. And the third thing is probably the best thing of all, is they're giving us data on a much quicker basis. This information is only 5 days old, as opposed to in the past where it was 12 days old. They sped up the process of giving us information. So those are the last 3 weeks of information. The cases have gone up a little bit, as you can see there. Percent positive has stayed relatively flat, kind of staying along there with what we're trying to accomplish, is staying and keep the numbers down. The case rates going up is a little bit concerning. I think everyone around the state is watching. We keep hearing a lot on the news and on different places about a new variant that's coming in, kind of that race between vaccinations and the new variant taking over and doing some of those things. So it's something I think we should watch. Is it concerning to us at that number right there? The answer is no. With some of the numbers we've seen in the last 3 or 4, 5, 6 weeks, you know, we were in the 900s and thousands per cases as opposed to 64. So that's keeping us, they are relatively low, but I think it is something we need to watch to see how we're going to move forward. With that information, we do still have our instructional change process in terms of whether or not we're going to quarantine or close or suspend classrooms, schools, whatever it is. We have not run any of those processes in the last 2 weeks. We have not made any changes to any grades, any classrooms, any schools, in any cases that are going on there. In fact, we can probably say that our COVID response team is happy to report that there have been at least a couple days this week, in the last couple weeks, where we have had 0 cases reported. And so that's a very positive step for them, that they're not having to meet every day for 3 or 4 hours at a time. So the information is generally good. I would just keep an eye on how many cases as they go up and see what we continue to move forward. So that's, and I'll stand for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Questions, comments, board members? Ms. Hill? Dr. Sorensen? Ms. Underhill?
No, but thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Moss, thank you very much, sir. Okay, moving on to 9.3, first read of policy section JHCA. Dr. Bell.
Good evening, Mr. Sandoval, governing board members. The first read of policy section JHCA is quite small. It has to do with open, closed campuses. There's no changes, but for one sentence, lunch deliveries will not be allowed.
Question, comments, board members, any? No? Thank you, Dr. Bell. First read of policy section JJIB. Dr. Bell.
Thank you. This policy is related to changes in interscholastic sports procedures. By the advice of Arizona School Boards Association, we've included the number of the Arizona statute, and we will strike in the narrative that the pupil and the pupil's parents must be provided with information at least once each school year on the risk of heat-related illnesses and sudden cardiac death. We've struck the prescription opioid addiction based upon Arizona board feedback.
Questions, comments, board members? Ms. Hill? Dr. Sorensen? No. Ms. Under? Ms. Pingerelli? No? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bell. 9.5, first read of policy section JKD.
JKD, student suspension, is similar to the last one, where we've added the actual Arizona state statute number. And the only other change in this particular policy is to strike when it says the alternative to suspension program is to be one of social isolation. We will strike is to be one of social isolation, because while the student may be working more independently in an alternative to suspension, they wouldn't be necessarily and completely isolated from adults or others.
Board members, questions, comments? Good. Dr. Johnson? Good. Thank you. Go ahead. What's that? We can press pause for a sec. You good? Okay. You got it. Moving on to 9.6, correct, Dr. Bell? First read of policy,
Correct.
section JFABC.
This particular policy is entitled Admission of Transfer Students and is specific to academic credit transfer. Again, we've added numbers associated with Arizona statute. We also have language in this particular policy that indicates that we will evaluate a student's transcript who comes to us from out of state, et cetera, to match it to corresponding PUSD courses. If there is no match, just like students do across our district at this time, they're allowed to take a proficiency assessment for that credit. Once we do that analysis, the enrolling school shall provide notice to the pupil on which transfers credit from other high schools into PUSD. Toward the middle of the second page in the policy, I wanted to share with you our current practice that we have decided to include in this particular policy. If accredited high school courses are completed prior to 9th grade, they will be transferred to high school as credit, but they are not figured into the student's high school GPA or class rank. This is particular, for the most part, to mathematics. A student who completes honors math courses prior to 9th grade will have these honors courses included in their rank after successful completion of AP Calculus test. The reason for this, the historical perspective, is we may have students in 7th and 8th grade who take Algebra 1 and geometry. We don't want that student to stop, some of our brightest math students to stop after that 8th grade experience. So we're trying to incent them to continue to take 4 more years of mathematics at that high level of rigor in those courses. Once that student passes the calculus test, then we go back to add include those courses in 7th and 8th grade in the GPA and class rank. Homeschool students also will be offered a competency test to earn credit if we can't determine that the course met PUSD standards. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Bell. Questions, comments, board members? Ms. Hill?
The only thing I was going to say is you have a grammatical error.
Okay.
The homeschool one, I don't know if it matters, because it's, it's
It
something
does.
that's.
We want to get it perfect.
Okay, yeah, the homeschool paragraph at the very end, it said, but students may competency test to earn credit. So you're missing may take a competency, take a possibly, or you're missing a word or something in there.
Thank you.
That is all.
Dr. Sorensen, sorry.
Did you, I think it says completion, but I think you said pass. Is it complete or pass the AP1 calc?
Pass.
After completion of oh, not the test, sorry, just the class.
I'll clarify that with the high school team.
Okay.
Good question.
And then I guess my question, do we have any idea how many students enter with like a geo honors or something and don't continue math? Just anecdotally in my experience, those kids that come in high school ahead of the game, they continue all the way up and are really internally motivated without the carrot to do these things.
They do. We just wanted to make sure that our practice was clear and put into policy. Right now, this is what we do, but it's in the student handbook. This team really wanted to be clear on how students could get credit if they transferred in or took it before they started high school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Ms. Unruh? All right. Ms. Pingrelli?
No, I'm the same as last year on this. I think that they should have credits, and it should affect their GPA when they take it earlier on. But that's, I think I'm the odd one out.
Thank you, Ms. Pingrelli. No further questions, comments? Dr. Bell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our informational reports. Upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Ari?
They're all presented for you, none to highlight this evening in particular.
Thank you. Moving on to 10.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers?
Thank you, President Sandoval. I do not have an update this evening.
Okay, we do have a public comment tied to this line item, and that is Ms. Heather Rooks. Thank you, sir.
Hello again, board members and cabinet that's still here. I'll be very quick because I know it's late. I just wanted to share with you some state legislation. There is a bill, SB 1532, that is currently going through the process of getting through our legislation. It's going to be going through the floor. It is to protect school district property, including emails, for being used for any strike, and will be subject to the Arizona Attorney General's office. But it still needs to go through the floor, and it needs to be put forth in Arizona. So I just wanted to thank some representatives that were supporting this bill, Beverly Pingarelli, Kevin Payne, and Frank Carroll. So thank you. I just wanted to kind of give that little small update.
Thank you, Ms. Rooks. All right, moving on to, and Ms. R, you didn't have anything on this line item either, right, Dr. Reynolds? Good. 10.3, Budget Facilities Planning and Construction Report. This report is on our website. 10.4, District Budget Report for the month of February 2021. Also a report that is on our website. 10.5, District Enrollment Reports for the month of February 2021. Another report that can be found on our website. Other business, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Ms. Hill.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I guess I wanted to readdress a little bit about the diversity and inclusion facet was just that I do believe that all children actually do have a right to have the same advantages of education and to get the same experiences across the board. I just personally don't believe that there should be special, advantages given to certain groups and that sort of thing. I think it should be very equal. So that's where the diversity and the inclusion sometimes gets a little hazy. But I most certainly think that it's very important for all children and staff and teachers to be given, equal opportunities, equal advantages, but definitely very equal. So I definitely feel that that's how it should be. But besides that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
So Ms. Hill, just to clarify, you're readdressing 8.4?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Sorensen, sorry.
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Underhill?
No, thank you.
Ms. Pingerelli? Okay. Actually, I do have one. I'm not sure if the gentleman is still here, but there was a gentleman who wanted to speak during public comment, but unfortunately didn't have his green slip prepared. So I'm going to readdress public comment for Mr. Chris Johnson. Okay. All right, we'll move on to 11.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Ms. Hill?
None at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Sorensen? Ms. Underhill?
No, thank you.
Ms. Pingerelli? Yeah. Thank you. I don't have any items either this evening, so we will move down to 12.1. I do need a motion to adjourn.
Oh my goodness, motion to adjourn.
I'll second that. Ms. Contra, we have a motion to adjourn this meeting at, looks like 10:43. And a second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, board members. Have a great evening.